Hello, how are we doing? Hope everybody's good. We're going to be playing some Satisfactory today. Yeah, the Anno 1800. The Anno 117 DLC was supposed to be releasing today, but it got delayed a week. So we got some extra time to cram in some Satisfactory streams. Sorry, just as soon as I started speaking, my nose got itchy. My bad. Hope everybody's doing good. From Guam. Wow. Guam. Guam is part of the United States, isn't it? I think. But basically all the way over in... I don't know. What do you call it? Like... Oh, I don't know what you call that region, but it's like near Australia / Japan, that area. Oceania, is it? I think. Anyway, East Coast for me. God, I'm so sorry. Anyways, right, so we're going to be playing some Satisfactory. Going to continue the stream that I was doing before. For those who haven't seen it, it's continuing the world of my desert series, so the Oasis world. And we're just finalizing the factory that I've been building there, the tier 8 factory. So we're almost done with the cosmetics. A little bit needs to be done for the truck station area, and then also doing power control rooms and stuff like that. So mostly a cosmetic focus stream. This is maybe the last one before I start planning out the nuclear power plant, which this was needed to be done before that. It's a territory of the US, right? Yeah, I just remember reading something about it not that long ago, and then looking on a map, and I was like, geez, they own that all the way out there, you know? It's pretty... It must be like the furthest... I don't know, actually, really, but I would have thought the furthest territory they own, but maybe not. They might have something... I don't know if their military bases elsewhere count. How's everyone? Yeah, I hope everyone is good. Thanks for all the kind words and well wishes. For those who don't know, I got married, and it went well. And we posted just a little photo and a little update that Rosie's also pregnant, so gonna be a dad. All goes well. So exciting times ahead. And but now back to normal. Really, we just had like a nice week away, but now we're back to normal, and my nose is absolutely killing me for some reason. Sorry about that. Congrats, thank you. Yeah, so I imagine most people know, but if they didn't see the YouTube post, the Twitter post, or anything like that, or watch the latest video, then you might not know. You're Satisfactory only. That would be, I guess, news to you. Yeah, so exciting stuff. Baby is due in October. Mid-October sometime. And then, yeah, me and Rosie got married in Ireland, and then we went to Greece. So we got married in Ireland, but we just had a really small, intimate wedding. Just our, like, immediate family, basically. It was like 8 people. But it was actually really, really nice. We weren't going to do anything. But I'm glad we did. Because we just had a really nice dinner with them. We were in a nice hotel and stuff. Stayed there a couple nights. And then flew back to England. And then flew to Santorini, which was awesome. Really, really nice. Beautiful island. Excuse me. And super interesting. Just amazing views. Great weather and all that. So, nice restaurants. So I really liked it. Loved it. Everything went well. Everything great. Hey, Ancient Hero. How you doing, man? Let me call you by your real name for a sec. Alright, so. All of that out. Whoops. Why am I over here? Oh, I changed it for the stream I did for Anno just recently. Hang on. Let me fix this. I need to blow my nose. This work now? Yeah, there we go. In the right spot. Bear with me just one sec. I'm just gonna like get a tissue. I'm such a nerd, but bear with me one sec. There we go. Better. Alright. I think it's the case of, like, I didn't speak today yet. And once I started speaking, my nose, like, was, like, vibrating. And it felt itchy. So I had to just blow it. Because I'm a nerd. Me and my girl have been engaged about 9 years. Kind of view marriage as just a piece of paper. I do, too. To be quite honest. So me and Rosie have been together 14 years. And just in the last couple of years, she was kind of saying, like, we should get married and stuff. And I was like... basically married now, you know. But yeah, she wanted it more official, and I'm cool with that. You know, I had no problem. But then we just decided to do it real low key. And it was really nice. And it has been kind of nice doing it, so I'd recommend it. And now that we've got a baby on the way, it might be a little bit better as well. Anyway, although that wasn't the reason, she wasn't pregnant when I proposed to her. So we were only engaged for 6 months. That was the thing. It was like, well, we've been together so long, might as well make sure the engagement's real quick and get that done over with. Thank you as well, Ezio. And I assume it's Mikhail. Oh, or Michael. Didn't see me at the chair. Sorry, I just had to run off for a second. Right, so just to catch up, I'll just mention it one more time again. Appreciate the kind words. Everyone's been very, very nice. If you haven't seen it on my YouTube community feed, we posted just a little photo. Me and Rosie got married. We've been together a super long time, so it's been a long time coming. And we've got a little baby on the way, which is awesome as well. So hopefully in October, we'll get to meet them. We don't know the gender or anything yet. And we're debating whether or not we'll find out, actually. We might leave it a secret, but we don't know. Or a surprise even for ourselves. Right, well, today we're back on the content train. I was going to be getting ready for Anno 117's Prophecies of Ash DLC. But it's delayed a week. They just last minute delayed it because there's a save breaking bug. So I'm going to continue doing some more Satisfactory. The plan is to do both at the same time. I was just saying that this was actually supposed to be coming up literally today. For this, I think I've got 1, maybe 2 more streams left to go before I'll be doing the nuclear power plant. So we're getting close to proper videos returning for this as well. Thank you. Yeah, we did have an amazing honeymoon. It was really, really nice. That music too loud? It's maybe a little bit loud. Right. Cool. Alright, so this is the Tier 8 factory, which we've been working on the last few streams. And the goal today is really just to finish off the cosmetics here at the front. Maybe do a power control room, which means like labeling a lot of the machines and then hooking up where the wires will go and then building like a power room to flip switches for them to come on and off. And that way, when I ramp up the power grid with the nuclear power plant, we can just come here, flick a few switches, and boom, everything will just power on. That's the goal. When 1.2 is in beta at the moment, but when it comes out to the full release, I won't have a choice on whether to update or not. But yeah, I'll get it then anyway, when it goes into full release. But I don't really plan on opting into the beta. I'll just leave it. I'll wait till... I've waited this long, might as well just wait till it comes out. Just thinking, yeah, I guess we could just start with the wall downstairs. Why not? Get the ball rolling. Should be straightforward enough. We're just going to do kind of what's like over there. Really. Do little gate entrances and just this wall across the top. Think? Sure. Excited about the new pathing for trucks and tractors. Yeah, definitely. My trucks and everything run totally fine. As you can see, they're perfect. So I'm a little bit like, I got to redo a lot of these things. Some of them I don't have to redo, but some I will have to redo. Because my truck stations are raised like this. So I'll probably have to build little ramps for them to go up and down. Otherwise, at the moment, from what I understand, is that they'll just float there. And it'll look weird. Like, they'll work, but they will look weird. So that's why it's like, oh, this update's cool, but I'm a little disappointed in the update. I'm like, it's great for anyone starting a new game, and I will start new games in the future, no doubt. It's going to be much easier for doing stuff with trucks. But when it comes to the trucks, I'm like a little surprised they didn't do a few different things with them. Like, you can't set them to wait yet. I don't know if they'll plan on doing that. You can't set them to wait. You can't like set them to filter items or anything. And then with truck stations themselves, if we just have a quick look, what? You're gonna crash into that, my little friend. I'm sorry, but one thing I wanted to mention is they've added fluid trucks, right? And I think that's super cool. I've wanted that for a while. I just always thought it was kind of missing. Everything else can, anyway, it doesn't matter. But yeah, so now they've added that. But I wish you could make them refuel just from the liquid itself. Instead, what you'll have to do is you'll pump out or pipe out liquid, package it, and then send it in. So I kind of wish, like, if they're going to do an overhaul of trucks, they would have done it where it's like you can have a truck that accepts, like the truck can accept either liquid fuel or packaged liquid fuel. That'd be really nice. And that way it could just take what the truck station has. Like it could deliver fuel and refuel everything at the same time. That would have been, to me it's like a no-brainer. It really frustrates me that they've done that. But, you know, whatever. I kind of hope, I don't know if I don't pay attention to the community at all. So I don't know if anyone else mentions that, or they have that feedback, or they've heard that at all from anybody. But I really think it's like, I know it's my idea, or how I'm feeling, but I feel like this is like kind of obvious, isn't it? But it might not be. Maybe it's just me who thinks this. I like that the trucks share paths, yeah? Being able to pick up what you want loaded and unloaded there would be nice. Or set a wait time. You can't set a wait time. You can set a wait time in this version, but you can't in the new one. So I don't know. Something kind of unusual about that. It's sort of like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. That's kind of how I see it. But you know, whatever. It's definitely trending in the right direction. Alrighty, so that's that entrance. We'll put some signs on this as well, or something to make it look a bit nicer. Most of my other buildings have like colors and stuff. This one I've just gone with. Oh, I know what we could do. We could put that there on top. Yeah. Yeah, I guess this will have to go across the whole way. Sorry. At least to there. Alrighty. A little bit better. But the game is logistics. Making everything automated is your job. Yeah, but this would just be... Well, that's true, but like, I mean, that's true, but I don't really get the argument. You'd still automate the fuel delivery and refueling, you know. It's like a fluid truck that deals in fuel, right? So the orange liquid, it drives to a truck station. It unloads its fuel into a truck station. Now, that truck station could fuel itself. You can do this in the game already. Trucks can deliver coal to a truck station, and the coal can fuel the truck itself. So it's the same thing, just with fuel. The other thing would be that you could use that pipe to then refuel other truck stations. So instead of it having to have a material input, you would have a liquid input. And fuel, in real life, is a liquid. Having to put it in a canister, and then the canister somehow gets absorbed into the truck, just a bit weird. Now, I'm not saying they have to get rid of that. I'm just saying it'd be nice to have the option. Just accept the liquid without the canister. You could say like, oh, well, that's automation. It's like, yeah, you have to make the canister then. You could say like you have to make a barrel that the canisters then fit into, or another thing that they fit into. I mean, you could keep going, and that argument would never end. Or you could say like, well, we could follow like somewhat realistic industry and say like, well, you have the option to package it if you want, or you can feed it into them directly because now we have a fluid truck. But you know, yeah. Alrighty. And yeah, power will be the last thing I do, so hiding away all these cables and stuff. But anyway. Fuel trucks don't just pump their own diesel into their trucks? No, but if you ever go to a petrol station, you see a big tanker, a fuel truck, unloading its liquid into the fuel station, and then trucks come by, or cars, and take in the liquid. They don't take in a canister. Yeah, sorry, you did already say that, but yeah. Anyway, what is the cons for building a single truck station that will unload all items in factory and then smart split all items? I'll tell you, the con is that you might be delivering... It's all about the volume. So let's take a little trip. I know people might get annoyed when I get distracted, but this is kind of a good topic, I think. Stream delay, yeah, sorry, well, it's actually my delay. I did see your message there. I just took a longer to get to it. I think they removed it due to trucks now waiting automatically if occurrence... Oh, right, yeah, maybe it's been... That's good. If the behavior's just been improved where they just don't really need to wait anymore, then that's fine. The argument for having a truck wait is that it saves fuel. You want to make it go further, but I mean, it's pretty rare that you have to do that. Right, so why have all these truck stations? Why not pile everything into one? Very quickly, I'll just load up the planning document for this. This might be a bad example because it's not a very high volume factory, but we'll just check it out anyway. Right, so this factory is the copper electric factory. Right, so the truck station is taking in. So these are the truck stations. This one, so heavy modular frame, steel pipe, wire, rubber, and plastic are all the truck stations here, plus a fuel truck station at the end to refuel all of these ones. That takes in turbo fuel or something, I think. Can't remember what it is. So we take in 30 pipe, 215 wire. So if I was to add this all up, well, the first clue, so the question was from ATAF, what's the con for building single truck station that will unload all items in a factory and then smart splitting them to go to their destinations? Why not just divide it up into different places, right? The main reason would be the differing volumes of things, right? So we have got 280, oh my god, sorry, I don't have a numpad on this thing properly. 280 plastic. We actually have 100, oh yeah, sorry, 90 rubber, 215 wire, and 30 pipe, and then 2 heavy modular frame. So it's 617 coming in at once. And they're coming in at different rates, right? Because the truck, depending on the distance to the factory, and I've also set wait times, but if you forget the wait times, there's different distances involved. So a truck might be arriving really full of plastic, and then another one might come after it with a little bit of rubber. So this truck will unload plastic, and this thing will be like mostly full. Let's say it's half full, you know, and then the plastic, the way these things empty is they empty from the bottom up, right? So only plastic can come out. You can only send one thing out at a time. Well, I guess technically you can send two, but let's just, for sake of argument, let's say one, because you were saying why not take everything in? We could have 10 items, you can only take 2 out at a time. So let's just, to simplify that, imagine we can only really do 1 at a time. Anyway, so as the thing on the bottom of this list, technically, actually, you can only send 1 thing out at a time, thinking about it, because even though there's 2 outputs, they will just pull from this slot, and then they'll pull from this one, and then this one, and then this one. So you could have rubber all the way back here, and that's not going to come out for ages, because it has to empty out all the plastic first. So that would be the main reason. You could dump all this stuff in, but if you've got more volume on one thing than another thing, you're going to have an uneven distribution inside of the truck station. And eventually it'll probably be really scattered. And what that will mean is that your plastic might be dependent, right? Let's say the plastic is going somewhere into a machine. And somewhere in that chain, rubber is also needed, right? Just somewhere in that chain. So the plastic feeds in, and then the plastic stops because the machines are all full. And we don't want to send it into an awesome sink that would waste plastic. Right, that needs to go into here. For instance, if we make 200 a minute, we know this factory needs 200 a minute, then we're not going to say, well, throw some of it in the bin because you're blocking a machine. It's like, no, these are 1-to-1. It's taking what it needs. But the plastic has stopped because the plastic is now full in all the machines, but the rubber is stuck further back in the chain, in here or in the inventory, and it can't get out. So that's why you won't stack multiple things into the same stuff. That would be the main reason. If they were being made at the exact same rate and delivered at the same time, you could make it work. Even with buffer storages and everything, you could make it work. But it's just more risky. You're kind of saying like, well, eventually one side might get backed up. And if that ever happens, or if the inventory isn't quite right in this, then the thing you need to make it out doesn't make it out. Nero Dark Hood, thanks so much. He says, congrats on your marriage and the little one on the way. I called it before you told us. Thanks. And hey, hello and congrats for becoming a dad. A boy's dad here, 8 months old. Oh, nice. First time I drop a super chat here was the day I've learned that I'm becoming a dad. Oh, nice. Well, thank you so much. I always keep thinking that you've changed your username, but I don't know if you have. Davlumbic. But hopefully that made sense. I think that makes sense. But yeah, that would be the main reason. Yeah, anyway, if you keep it all separate, then you never have to worry about it. But yeah. And as you can see, the other thing is trucks. If you've got a lot of trucks coming in, at least in the old update, right, this one before the new truck update, they could get a bit messy lining up behind each other. So I was like, I want them to be really separated, and I want to have like little barriers to guide them around because they could bump into stuff. So having them turn like this made it really much better, and having the truck stations raised made it better as well. Made it cleaner because sometimes they would crash into the truck stations. Now they don't do that. They all wait like really nicely. So this is why I was like, oh, the truck update's nice, but I kind of like feel like I mostly figured it out. It took a long time, and people shouldn't have to go through that. So it is better for everyone. But it's a little bit why I'm maybe not so grateful for the update, because I'm like, yeah, well, you know, it kind of worked anyway. So yeah, I kind of with trains though, it's the opposite. Trains you can have obviously not in one carriage, but obviously you have a train of lots of different things in each carriage. But I wouldn't combine multiple things onto the same carriage. That'd be risky. Thanks as well. And I see you said thank you for the awesome reply. Appreciate that, and thanks for becoming a member. How'd you make the floors red? Yeah, I could show that again real quick. We'll just go over here and I'll just, I mean, you just paint it. But you can adjust the saturation if you want to make them like a super vibrant color. So I'll show you that in a sec. I assume that's still in the game. This would be the more traditional way of doing trucks, right? Just like a station there, there, and there. These are a little close together, but the volume is so low and so infrequent in this factory that it didn't really matter. All right, so we have coated concrete here. That's what this is. It's just coated concrete as a material. So we'll just put a block here. Good job. There it is. If we go into our paint swatch tool, so if we were just to paint that white, all right, we'll just paint it white. That's the default white. I'm running console commands to make things more shiny. The way it would look normally in the game is, I think this. Not changing for some reason. Oh, I went the wrong direction, that's why. Anyway, that's what it normally looks like in the game, but I have it set to 0.5, and that makes it more reflective. It has no impact on performance or anything like that. So we'll just put it back to what it is in game. So it's just white. The standard white color leaves it at the default color in game, which is gray. So if we then say this number here on the bottom, want this to be 10, and then select it, and then select this. Sorry, it might be the top one, is it? There we go. It yeah, just ups the saturation or whatever. It kind of removes the alpha channel, really. So now it's like a really clear white, and you can just change that color. So make it red, and because it's at 10 or 100 or whatever number you want, we can make it more subtle. If we bring it down to 4, you might see some of the pattern come back, like the kind of dirt in the texture itself. And then if we go back down to 1, which is default, right? It's like the kind of standard, the way the game was presented. Normally coated concrete would look like this. That's a way to mess with it. So change my console command back to making it shiny. And then I'll... So again, on PlayStation, I guess you can't do that, but you could do the other trick on PlayStation. For instance, if you're playing there. Bring this up to 5 or something. Boom. And there we go. You got like a nice, bright, shiny red. Alright. Tutorial over. Let's get back to building. This is a mod. This is the only mod I'm using right now, which is just to change the time of day. Alright, let's continue. So like I said, I might put some signs on this in the future, but for now I'll just leave it. It's fine. And yeah, bring a metal pole down here. Give it some definition. I put some windows in the center, actually. And I reckon the X window would look good. What's your opinion on the new rain? I haven't seen it. I haven't played 1.2, and I haven't seen it. What's your opinion on it? I assume it's just the rain from the old version, no? I did see they said they're adding new weather effects as well. But yeah, I haven't seen it. The more, I mean, I don't know, but the more effects, the better, in my opinion. I love all that stuff. I know a lot of people just don't like that and want to turn that stuff off, but to me, I love it. We could do a metal rim around it. Oh yeah, I forgot about those other pillars and stuff we have now, or painted beams. Do I have a plan to continue Captain of Industry? No, not at the moment. I really like the game though. So I think in future at some point I will be playing it again, but I don't have a plan right now. It didn't view that well for me, but I really like it, so I don't really care. I will play it at some point again. It seems it's quite intimidating though, I must say, because it's that new update with like added train features and stuff. I'm like, man, it's getting pretty serious now. Like, it's really hardcore. At least to me. Look at these trucks, not a bother on them. They're doing great. I have that as a blueprint. Alright, a little bit better. So yeah, still need to figure out what's going on this side of things. Whether I leave that open or not. This is the power control room in here. Might be better to do from the top down, actually, weirdly. There's going to be a drone room, so a room, or a rooftop rather, where drones pick up this stuff here. This is everything the factory makes goes into those containers. And they might move just a little bit. So that's one case where I do use a sushi belt, because I know that even at max throughput, everything we made in this factory will fit on that one belt. And then they all go into their respective dimensional depots and stuff like that. But a few of them will need drone access to be taken and flown away. So the idea was that this factory is sort of like a N shape with an open, the open part of the N is, or a U shape if you want to think of it that way, where the open part of the U is where things fly out of here. The floor down here is the power control room. We have backup power, maybe, although I might do that in its own factory. And then also down here there'll be a ton of switches that control everything. And it's a central place. You can go to any place of the factory from here because it is in the middle. How do you fly? So I've got the jetpack, and then there's also the hoverpack, as people have mentioned. So this is the jetpack here. I use biofuel, liquid biofuel. Fly, and then you'll see me switching to this, the hoverpack. And that allows you just to hover, obviously. But it has limited range, so I don't use it as much. What other custom engine INI commands do you use in addition to the reflections? These ones. See. Bit hard to see now because I've messed with it, the history. Let me just grab the ones I use again. Right, so now it's the bottom 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are the 6 I use. Just screenshot it if you need to see it. And I load them up every time I start the game. When I go into the menu, I hit that button and then just hit enter, 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 and that's it. It's a bit tricky to save them. They get wiped on load a lot of the time, so I just end up, because I created a batch file to do that for me, and then I was like, oh, I still have to kind of do it in game quite frequently, so I'll just forget it. Yeah. Oh yeah, we don't have anything in here. We made that room in the last stream. Potential for more machines if I do fused frames. All right. Yeah, so I need to make a choice. This will be the drone floor. I like leaving it open like this. I think that's fine. Power control room floor. Yeah. Just whether or not... What do I do on this side? Well, first things first, I guess, is putting a wall along here. And then... Does this have a wall that goes all the way down? That's what I'm asking, by the way. It's like... Does that have a wall that goes all the way down and this becomes an indoor little hallway? There's nothing in there. It would kind of more match what's on the right side a little bit. Not that it has to, but I guess so. It looks like it should have some support, right? Some sort of wall. This can remain open with just the pillars, so yeah. Thank you for the congrats. By the way, thank you. I see people saying congrats as well. I just don't want to answer everyone all the time because people might get sick of it. Oh, and sorry if J Hart BB said, just wanted to add to the chorus, congratulations on the wedding and pregnancy. Thank you. If you add them to engine.ini, it resets. It saves over it. That's the problem. Or at least that was the problem for me. I don't know if that's changed. Yeah, when you close the game, it like saves over it and removes those settings for some reason. This was blueprinted, I think, so I should, or at least at the very least, I could just copy what's happening on that side. That's a blueprint. Oh, this is a blueprint. Great. It uses 100 megawatts, the hoverpack use. Biggest issue with the new update is that planning enough space is still a hassle. Yeah, that's why I always say, you know, try to plan for a slightly bigger factory. If you build the factory for the belt speed ahead of where you are. And then just leave it at that. You'll never need to expand it again. Or if you go with the rule that you don't expand it again. And just go like, this is what this factory will be. I find I've got plenty of space. Because I just know that like, well, I'm never going to change that one. I'm never going to change this one. You just have to set those limits to yourself, I guess. At least that's what I do. But you don't have to. Because I used to play that way too. It's like, oh, now I need this. And you end up redesigning a huge part of the factory. They all go like that. Have to come down here and remove this thing first. Not going to be symmetrical, but that was the point, actually. If people remember, we said that. Don't want the factory to be a big symmetry box. And it's different at the back as well. It actually makes things look more interesting when you do that. Alright, give me this. Starting this playthrough, you said that you didn't finish the game yet. Oh, I did, yeah. So, well, this playthrough, when I did start it, I think I did say I finished the game. I actually had just finished the game for the first time before this playthrough. So this is my Desert Oasis playthrough. And I had beaten the game on YouTube all through live streams. So we did, once 1.0 came out, I did a live stream series. And I think there's like 30 videos, like 30 streams. Very long streams. But we beat the game in that one. Got to the end. That's the only time I've ever done it. Was it worth it? I really liked... I thought it was, kind of, yeah. I didn't have high expectations, but a lot of people were like, oh, it kind of... The ending kind of blows. But I had really low expectations. Not to say that I didn't think they were capable of doing anything. I just kind of thought like, well, this isn't the focus of the game. The game, it's the journey that's important, not the destination. So I kind of thought like, you'll launch the... I won't spoil it for those who are interested. I kind of thought like, you launch the final space elevator, maybe something flies off, and that's it. And that's kind of what it was, but even a little bit more than that. It was a little bit more, but I can understand people were like, oh, but what about the alien stuff and everything? And it's like, I just never paid attention to any of that crap. It would be nice if there was something there for people to chew on with that, but I just didn't expect there would be. You can just tell, I find anyway, you can tell with writers and stuff, or just generally, when everyone's being real vague about stuff, it's like, there's no plan here. This is nonsense. And it was, basically. I'm gonna go to 4 across. Yes, this would work. Interesting. I was watching Love on the Spectrum last night. We just finished the latest season. Awesome show, by the way. You haven't heard of it, it's on Netflix. It's a really great show. But I just find myself constantly quoting the things they say. And I'll try not to. I think it was more the accomplishment of completion that is satisfying. Yeah, like, was it worth it? It was worth it in terms of, like, it felt satisfying as a... Rather, forget whatever the actual payoff is. Building the nuclear power plant was my favorite thing I've ever done. We did that in that world. I just thought that was super fun to do. And we were accumulating all this radioactive material and stuff. And then, like, we advanced tech and we were able to then deal with it. So I'm like, that. I love that. Something about that was super fun to me. Should we go up even higher? Can I go higher? Yeah. So that was really rewarding just in terms of like building it. It was really neatly laid out and everything. A lot of stuff in that world wasn't very neat or done quite nicely enough for me to be happy with it. But that was, so I was quite happy with that at least. Yeah, and I enjoyed it. The streams were awesome. Like, I really enjoyed playing. I love streaming. I don't feel like I'm very good at it. But yeah, I had a lot of fun, like just chatting with people and progressing slowly in the background, like to beat the game and stuff. It was really fun. Hey, Sal Romano. Sorry, I should be better at reading my chat. The game is not meant to be beaten. Yeah, indeed. I've been watching your Satisfactory playthrough and I bought it because I thought it would be nice and chill, but bloody hell, it's a lot of work. It is. It's a second job. I mean, for me, quite literally, it's a job in some ways. But it is. It's such a time-demanding game. But it is what you make of it. If you really do just want to progress, you can actually make things in quite low volume and still progress. But if you care about like how your factory looks, or trying to make like what you think is like a decent amount of stuff, like a bigger number, then it becomes like, oh my god, you spend so much time on everything. Alright, looking good. We've slapped some walls on it. Broken it up a little bit to make it look a bit better. Might add that metal beam. I don't know if this would look right or not, but I was just going to add it up to this point. It might look odd. Kind of matches that side, but it's also still a little bit strange. Okay, so the next goal is to put walls all the way down this way. And it's to that height, so I could just use this Maybe if they were every in the center of these pillars, like roughly speaking, about here or something, that might look a bit better. I mean, if it was in the actual center, it'd be there, but then there wouldn't be a wall wide enough to fit the sides, which is a shame. Said I was gonna have a wall along there. Now I feel like I don't even know if I need one. But yeah, I guess we'll just do that. I think like these windows should just be for the outside. We have the basic wall. Use concrete pillars on the side? No, I don't want to do that. Just nothing wrong with that suggestion. Just our pillars are sort of all in place now. This is just going to be a wall and another room. I'm fine with that. I don't need to add like a new change to the quote architecture. Like, I'll just use what I have. I was just wondering how far out that wall should come, but it's going to come all the way out. And I was wondering if I have a blueprint that could do it, but I don't. Oh yeah, maybe this one. So it's just going to be wall, window, wall, window. It'd be fine. Not trying to make things look too good, to be honest. Trying to get it done. Is there no... No, there's no standard wall with that. Okay, well, I'll just drag it out myself then. Yeah, actually, I've got another idea. We can also change the pattern slightly. I don't really have a way in and out of this place either, properly, which is kind of silly. Probably just go up to the top. Here. Oh yeah, better idea. Okay, we'll go to just 2 across. That'll be fine. This will just be one of those. And then we get the thing. Goes all the way down, that's fine. Yeah. Alright, I just wanted to make sure I had that right, and then just these windows can go in between. One, two, three, and then 1, 2. Simple. 2, 3, 1, 2, and then 1, 2 again. Alright, now that I've got the format, I can read. It's a pain to load balance, too much space needed. With load balancing takes so much space. I think it's more the accomplishment of completion that is satisfying. Planning to finish it in 1.2, hopefully. Love that show, Love on the Spectrum. Remember you got burned out when you made your copper factory? Yeah, that was insane. 4 episodes of one factory, yeah. That was a super fun thing to do. We did finish it eventually in streams later on and made it run. I think at full capacity, or close to it. People were actually saying like, oh man, I wish you'd go back to it and with the new truck update and make it run then. I'm confused. Oh, this is just one. Okay, yeah. Alright. Almost done. I always load balance. All my blueprints are load balanced. Nice. So you don't use manifolds at all? All load balancing? All my machines are balanced where they run at 100%, but I don't use all load balancing because that's like, it just takes so much space. But I also don't clip anything. That's another rule. So I've seen people use blueprints where they will cram everything into one little spot, and that's cool. You do you. But I try to avoid clipping. So that also means that space takes a long time. Love Moo's load balance playthroughs. Moo Dueta or something close to that. Just Moo Dida. He changed his name. Now YouTube channel is Moo. In-game Steam name is Moodida. Alright, almost. I gotta keep saying this forever. Almost done, almost done. Alright, so that's kind of nice. A little bit anyway. The pillars are covered from in here. Anything would be this. Do anything about that. If I just put a regular bar across it, might not look as weird. How do you manage Lumen? Upscale or NASA PC? I actually couldn't tell you. I have a good PC, but let's see the settings. ESR? So, I don't know. What is that? That's, yeah, so I'm not using DLSS or FSR. So TSR is no upscaling, right? Yeah, I think I found it was just a bit blurry in Satisfactory. I use it in other games, though. But I did recently just get a new GPU. In fact, today I have an eBay listing going up for my old GPU. So I'm selling the 3090 that I had, and I have now a 5080. I'm gonna get a 5090, but it wouldn't fit in my PC. And it's kind of a good thing, because actually it turns out I don't really have that much money, so I shouldn't really be doing that. Or enough money for that level of expense. Plus, it turns out my PC's more CPU bound anyway, so bottlenecked, I mean. It'd be kind of wasted anyway. Yeah, I just got it. I got a 5080 just a couple weeks ago. I hadn't had an upgrade. I got my 3090 in 2021, so it'd been 5 years since I got anything. I have an RX 7800, but I still notice heavy FPS with it on. I just never use it. Yeah, so in Satisfactory and Anno, when I got the 5080, there was barely any increase. It was a very small increase. Because it's my CPU apparently that's really holding things back for these, these types of games. Whereas in Arc Raiders, I saw like a literal 200 FPS increase. I mean, without upscaling, I probably saw like a 40 FPS increase or something, and then with the extra features it has, it's like it can upscale like crazy, but also look indistinguishable. Like I don't notice any artifacting or anything like that, or latency. So the gains there were great, but yeah, in a CPU intensive game like this, it's much more. It has much less impact. And I still have a problem in this world where if I look in that direction, the game like hitches. So I can like spin around here pretty much fine. Actually, it's kind of hitching here as well. It just does this like hitching thing. I should plug in a controller just so I have like a smooth motion across. Excuse me. Really just a thing. I don't know if it really comes across in the stream as I just spin around. Like the mouse just catches on things. I'm doing just a perfectly smooth movement here. But it just catches on things randomly. I don't know what that is. Doesn't do it in a new world. So it's something to do with some of the factories I'm looking at or something like that. I think it also doesn't do it if I go to the very north of the map and just look out in the ocean. So it's not, it used to be just like something over there was doing it. And I was like, oh, maybe it's like all the windows. And it could be, because now it's kind of doing it here. Or the elevators, I think, was another thing I had a hypothesis about. And I don't know if that's been fixed at 1.2 or not. But yeah, it's something I really feel here. And the same thing happened actually when I built the copper factory. If I looked south, no matter where I was in the world, if I looked towards that factory, it would just hitch. And with the little bit of game dev background I have, is it means like the factory is running in the background the whole time. So it's not like looking at it should make a difference, but looking at it graphically makes a difference. But if something's that far away, it shouldn't be loading anything in. So there could be just like a few objects in the game that don't have their LODs set correctly or something, and it's causing issues. I don't know. It could be anything. How do I know? How do I make my foundations white? Yeah, so I just explained that a little earlier. I'll be very quick to explain it now because I explained it at the beginning of the stream. If you set this number here high, this is 1 by default, right? So if you just paint here, it's just whatever. If we then set it to 10, you'll get a really bright color. And then you can change that color, obviously. So if we set this to be like, I don't know, blue. There you go. Almost like a light, the way it's reflecting the ground there. Why did I come in here? I don't know. I was just running on autopilot. I have to go downstairs and add some doors. Just trying to think where you come into this place from out here. If you're out there, you'd probably want to come in. At least have a way in somewhere here. This would be behind a pillar, though. Yeah. Alright, cool. Am I waiting for 1.2 to come out before playing it? Yeah. Because there's nothing really I want in it, to be honest. Like, not to be a downer, but like, what do I want? Why would I play it? My trucks are all set up. In this world. If I was starting a new world, it'd be different. But my trucks are already all set up, so I've got no reason to hop over to it. And my trucks all work, so there's no problem there. I don't die in this game. In fact, I don't think I've ever died, so I don't need the toilet respawn. Fluid trucks would be cool, but I've got no use for it right now. Maybe with the nuclear power plant, maybe. What else is there? Weather effects? That's nice. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't read everything about it, though. That's the main stuff, isn't it? I had to go because of the weather? Yeah, I mean, totally, the weather sounds cool. But yeah, I wouldn't just opt into that for, you know, with the risk of bugs, for me personally. Snapping is also a lot more finicky in 1.2 than 1.1. It's 4:45 a.m. You guys are crazy. Is it that early? It's in America, is it? I'll be on for... It's 1 p.m. for me. I have to go pick Rosie up from work at 5. So yeah, I'm here for another 4 hours, really. I do have to check on Manor Lords every now and then. I might be needed for something, but I'm probably fine. I was planning on... it's really good weather lately. As you can see, there's just light shining on me. And that's great, but I was planning on... I bought a little power washer. I live in an apartment, so I don't have an outlet outside. So I bought a battery-powered one That's supposed to be good. And I want to clean like my car and stuff. So I was like, oh, Rosie, I'll drive you to work today. And I'll just clean the thing. But the stuff hasn't arrived yet. It was supposed to arrive this morning, but it won't be here till like later. It's another reason I'm actually streaming today. Alright, so far we'll just have a look at what we've done. Oh, the daisy chain. Yeah, I'm not going to use daisy chaining because I'm crazy. I don't like it. Clips through the cables, clip through the machines, and I just can't unsee that. So that's an OCD thing of mine, really. So I'll be leaving that. I'll be leaving that alone. Right, so we've just done the downstairs area. I want to do like little signs. We'll do that last though. Signs on the front, and then we did the outside of that. So yeah, 2 little blocks, and then we cleaned up the road. Yeah, the weather's been awesome here the last 3 days. Since I came back, it's just been super, super nice. I live in the southeast of England, so it gets slightly better weather than traditional England. What people would often think of. The increasing requirement. Yeah, so if I was starting a new game, I'd be totally into 1.2 because I love the randomized nodes, and I love the fact that you can scale up the requirements that you need. I don't know, can you change, like, am I able to change that for the save that I'm playing? It's like, oh, I can adjust my own requirements mid-game. Kind of nice if you can. Because then I would just set it really high, maybe, for this world. But yeah, what I was thinking of doing is actually just doing another, like, doing a stream world in the future where we play random nodes, max requirements, maybe a few little mods, nothing too crazy, and play that. But for the video series, I want to kind of keep it fairly pure, because people on console and stuff follow it. And also just new people to the game follow it, so I'll have to go in here. Apart from the inside. It's not all machines that clip. Yeah, it kind of depends on what it is. I think refineries are okay, but constructors and assemblers, I think, clip. Thank you, Lord Zyros. Okay, that's that. So the last thing is just the little walls up here. For this section. That's effectively an open room with nothing going on. Ugh, it's difficult to see in here. There we go. No. Well, actually, this wall doesn't need to be here anymore. Oh yeah, that was to hide the roof thing. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay. No, I don't want to do concrete walls. It's too late for that. We're too far gone. I know, I guess you could just kind of paint them on, but I've done all the walls now, really. For upstairs in the other room, there's also walls on the other side of it, so it's gonna fall. I don't care about like making the place look super great or anything. I just want to finish it and just put some walls on it and then make sure we have a nice way of getting around and then do the power room, and that's really it. It's more just trying to complete it than make it look in any way decent. Well, trying to make it look decent, but not in any way like I've really tried hard to make it look good. I did try kind of hard to make that one look good. Especially like over there and inside, I think it does look decent. This one to an extent, kind of, as well. People quite like the look of it, but that, again, it was more function over form. This one is the same. So did I... No, I didn't blueprint those. Oh my god. Around here. Yeah, so that remains outside. That's fine. This came down a bit lower. Double wall. Yeah, that's okay. We're almost done with the walls though, finally. And then we can just start doing that power stuff. So it's 3 glass windows, then 1 wall, then 3 windows. And that just continues over and over again. Although I do think there's... I can't remember. Oh yeah, I did do a roof, actually, in the last stream. I was going to say if the top of the factory is just left open. Now, some of these will have doors that lead out and to walkways to allow us to get around. Good afternoon. Hey, Mr. Tommy. Thank you for all the congratulations. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's very nice. Patterns are very temperamental in 1.2. They might just decide to skip a side as a valid placement. You can add the save and satisfactory calculator and change the settings. You cannot change the randomization, however, yeah. What music is this? This is Shape Z. Very pleasant. Chill. Doesn't quite even out, but oh well. Okay. I won't do the bottom border because there's going to be some doors. It's like here. I think this is going to be a door here or something. Okay, so next up. Oh, I'm out of fuel. I'll have to go to the liquid biofuel factory. Oh, no I don't. How could I forget? Alright. Walls are effectively done now, all the way around. Pretty much. We have this big open area here in the center. This is where all our storage goes. This does need to be somewhat reorganized or slightly moved to be more central. And then it has to feed up to drone stations that are going to go above it. Needs a floor above it. Below, you could have the awesome sink maybe. Can I build drone ports? Yeah, I can, right? Yeah, got everything I need. As for what will go in a drone port here, I don't know. So, this is the factory. Oh no, it's not. This is everything it makes. Anything in pink is what we have left over. The 12 supercomputers per minute. That would go in a drone port. The 22.5 crystal oscillators. That will go in a drone port. That's to be made in future into superposition oscillators. And I was reading a lot about quantum physics last night and super determinism. Understood maybe 5% of it, but it was quite cool just thinking about superposition stuff. Anyway, heat sinks, 10 heat sinks per minute. That could maybe go somewhere. Pretty low amount though. 7.5 high-speed connectors per minute. Also pretty low. The quick wire is a good amount, and the silica. So that's 1, 2. Those two actually will be best suited to something like a road, I would think, because the volume's so high. Or a train, but probably a road. And the quartz, yeah, the quartz is fine. Most of the stuff is left over just to go into my pocket, like as a something to build with. But some of it has been decided that it will go elsewhere. 3.75 turbo motors. Look up what they get used in. Satisfactory, wiki, GG. My brain hurts. Did they fix the drones bug in 1.2? I have like 400 drones. Oh my god, so many though. And they get bugged so much and just don't move. This is, as a developer of Manilors, this always kills me as well. People are like, oh, like the pathfinding like completely breaks down when you've got like 1,000 people. It's like, guys, that's a lot of people. But yeah, 400 drones is a lot of drones. This is why I just said, like, I don't even expect to be able to carry that much silica with the drone, really. Military bases all around here, yeah. That's funny. Right, so let's see. 1 per minute to make the thermal propulsion rockets. Oh yeah. Of course. That's all they're needed for. Interesting. Very interesting. And I make 3. That must have been done on purpose. Because I imagine Darren wanted to save the 0.75 for building and use the 3 in the construction of those, whatever those things are. They're only used in one thing. Yeah, okay. Could that be done here? Modular engines. There's only one recipe for modular engines. It's taking motors, rubber, and smart plating. All my motors get consumed. But I have motors elsewhere in the world, don't I? 20. More than enough. You take 10 of those. Make 5 modular engines per minute. That would allow for... Yeah, we could make all... So if we wanted to do 3 of these per minute, that would be 7.5 modular engines. 7.5 modular engines is what? 15 motors? I make 20 motors. Boom. Done. That's done. Smart plating. This one's less done. From the same factory, I've also got 20 rotors per minute. So let me go back a sec. If I was to do 3 per minute, it would need 6 of this per minute. The 3, so... Oh, that's easy. 6 rotors per minute? Psh, whatever, it's fine. And then 6 reinforced iron plates. Funnily enough, I don't even think I can do that. Oh, I have 6. Wouldn't you know it? But I need that for building, really. Good morning. Good morning. Congrats. Thank you. Appreciate that. And thanks, Evan. Yeah, I've got a game-breaking amount of things. Why is it breaking my game? Alright, well, anyway, I'm getting totally sidetracked because we're not going to build any of all this now, but it's just interesting to note that I was saying, do I need a drone port for this? Maybe. And then we could take it somewhere else to get mixed in with the motors and rotors elsewhere. Just some little factory that makes thermal propulsion rockets. I mean, yeah, maybe. That was kind of the whole point. Yeah, I'm just wondering how many drone ports could I maybe... I could probably just add as many as I can fit and then just decide what they do later. That would probably be fine. So they'd be aimed like this. 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 on each side. Want to pack them together. Yeah, that'd be totally reasonable. So this floor is going to extend out, but it's going to be outside because it's the drone port. Yeah. I have a... There we go. Probably don't need the things underneath, actually. What do we got? Grip metal on the bottom, polished concrete on the top. Don't need polished concrete on the top. Regular concrete, yeah. I've been playing this for 4 years, I think. I finally hit 100% last year, but I'm nothing like this. Wife and I figured out... Figured about the same thing about marriage. Just went to the county office. Get it done for legal and tax side. You're already committed. Yeah, I actually haven't looked at anything to do with taxes or anything like that. But I'll look into that soon, I guess. A lot of YouTubers put their spouse down as like a director on their company. I don't have a company. I'm a sole trader. But I spend so much in taxes because of that. So yeah, probably the reason I've never done it is because I'm in England and I've always thought like, well, I'll probably go back to Ireland and do it there rather than register over here. I've just always put it off. Anyway, I don't really know too much about it, but I'll probably will end up doing that. And then the way it works is like Rosie would draw her own income. Rosie used to actually do stuff for me as well on the channel. She doesn't anymore. I can make her do stuff again. But she would have her own income then, and I would have my own income. So instead of one income that gets taxed really heavily, you have two incomes that gets taxed less. I guess that's how people get around things. Okay. This needs to extend out a little bit further, and this is where the drone ports will go, and then the walls can go on this side as well. Subcontractor? Oh, as far as I've been told, you put them down as a director. Oh, this is a blueprint. I mean, you can put them down as anything, I guess, but... I'm gonna make that a blueprint just so it fits better. It can be deleted more easily. That's the thing baked into the bottom. Oh, it's got 4 windows on it, not 3. Ah, yes. Okay. I make this a double door here. Actually, you get double doors here. Alright. I'll just fill in this floor, and then I have to just quickly do something with Manor Lords. I just saw I got an email or question about something. I kind of forgot to tell them I was not going to be around today. I'll be around later, but just not today. Alright. Great. Talk to tax attorney. Yeah, so there's a company that I've been recommended that deal with this stuff. Because I have a couple of YouTuber friends in real life that told me about these things, and I was like, damn. Like, they earn more than me and spend less tax. And I'm like, Jesus. Yeah, they just told me, like, there's a company that deals with, like, creators specifically. They deal with, like, OnlyFans creators and YouTubers and Twitch streamers and stuff. So they understand that thing, because it's really difficult, actually. The few times I've tried to talk to financial people about this stuff, they just don't understand, like, what you're doing at all. My situation is kind of complicated because I'm from Ireland. I live in England. I'm a self-employed person. I get paid through YouTube, which is an American company, so I'm paid in dollars that converts to pounds. But I'm part of the European Union because I'm Irish, tax resident in the UK, get paid from a Polish developer from Manderlords in their currency, Polish zloty, it converts into pounds. So it's just like, I can see why I'm a weird case. So yeah, I definitely need like a professional, like accountant kind of person to look into all that stuff. Right, I'll be back in just a minute. Gonna go to the bathroom and also just quickly answer these questions that someone's asking me. So just bear with me. One of my friends is from Ireland. His dad got a huge sunglass company called Okiali. No, I haven't heard of him. But I haven't been in Ireland in like over 10 years. But yeah, and a sunglass company in Ireland is a strange one because it's never sunny there. It's not that strange, but yeah, I also don't wear sunglasses because I have regular glasses, so it's really difficult to get them. Often I'll get like a prescription sunglass and then that's kind of it for several years, so yeah. All right, back in just one sec. Ready. Thank you for bearing with me. You guys ever been to a birthday party where you only know the host? That's kind of awkward where when they have to leave the room. Something like that. Oh, right. That's funny. Oh, you're just left with other people? Yeah, I totally know what you mean. That's funny. Alrighty. Just hold it, just never... Well, he said the host leaves the room, so it's like, what can you do in that situation? Alright, okay, so I have the floor. We have all of the storage below it. I need to start making temporary storage and moving it all or something as well. Could sync it all actually and just allow this to just move it all and allow it to feed back in. I want it to be central, but I guess I shouldn't position them until I know where the drone ports are actually. That's when you grab the nearest person by the arm and tell them about your factory. Yeah, like I'm super socially awkward. Not to the extreme, but I feel like I've been self-employed since 2017, you know, and since then just had like less and less social contact with people. So I've just worked from home since then. And I have like no friends over here. It's just Rosie and I. So I feel like my social skills have just gotten way worse. I didn't really notice it or think about it until like a few years ago. And it's like, oh, I just don't really know what to say to people like anymore. Like I just do not do small talk at all. Can't do it. Don't want to do it, can't do it. And the people are like, oh, so do you watch football? It's like, no. I've always like, no, sorry. I don't watch any sports. I'm a gamer. We could talk about games in space. If it's not those two topics, I got nothing. Maybe my cats. Just wondering where to put these damn things. Alright. Just start throwing them down. Wonder, should I make it... Maybe I should make a blueprint for them. Yeah. Design a blueprint for drone ports. Oh, that's some lag. Jeez. Thank you, Martin. Appreciate that. I've been feeling a lot better, generally speaking, but not 100%. I'm pretty confident there's something up in my stomach. And that's the thing that makes me real tired. Pretty confident. I'm like, feel like I've narrowed it down to that. But as I'm trying to... The thing I'm mostly trying to work on is just having a really rigid schedule. Difficult though. I'm a real night owl. I like to stay up. But lately I'm doing a lot better with that. So... Just getting up on time, eating at the same time every day. I think that's already doing a lot for me. Which sounds so stupid and easy. But like for 10 years I never do that. I've never done that. But I think I've just got like a real sensitive gut. And it's as I get older and older, it just gets worse and worse. But we'll see. But thank you. But anyway, generally I'm feeling good and things have been going well. So thank you. I'm a new age hermit. Welcome to the club. On to antisocial loners. Yeah, we'll host a big meet and greet. No one will say hello to each other. Speaking of the kitties, how are they? They're great. Well, pretty good. Yeah, so... You know, we got Jinx and Rex. Rex is great. No problems. Totally fine. I do look at him and think, though, he had that surgery on his leg and stuff. On both his legs. But one of them is kind of turned in. And they said, like, oh, it's probably going to be prone to arthritis. So I look at him and I'm like, oh... Hate seeing that leg is like kind of crooked. He walks around totally fine. He doesn't care. But I look at it knowing like eventually something's gonna be up with this. And I'm like, maybe we should just try to get him a surgery for it sooner rather than later. I don't know. Because they did say like you could have corrective surgery. But you know, they were like, if he doesn't really need it. I'm like, yeah, but he probably will though one day. But anyway, he's fine. Our other cat Jinx, she had teeth problems, had to get like a lot of her teeth removed. She has what's called stomatitis, I think, and her teeth are just rotting, and they don't know why, because she's really young. They think maybe like a viral infection when she was really young from her original owners might have caused it, because she was really she had like the place she came from was like really dirty. And a lot of cats like wouldn't even open their eyes there and stuff. And she had really bad breath there. But we never looked into it. I mean, she went to the vet, but they never like looked into it or anything. And now like all her teeth are falling out. So I'm like, oh, she always has kind of had like bad breath. And it might have been something that she picked up there a long time ago. Maybe. Or it's just genetic. Anyways, she, just before we went to, on the 24th of March, she got this surgery to remove a lot of her teeth. And it went well. But then, just before we went away to Greece, her healing isn't going well. She has like, on two parts of her gums, there's still some teeth left on the top. And they're cutting down into the gums that are now exposed. Like the gums that previously had teeth on them but don't anymore. Part of me is kind of like, how did you not catch that? You're supposed to kind of like make sure like that their bite is good. But she was saying like, you know, sometimes their jaw just moves a bit after such a big change. So whatever. Anyways, it's not healing correctly because of that. So we had to leave her for a couple of weeks because we went away, and we had someone give her painkillers like every day and stuff to make sure she's okay, and then an antibiotic to get rid of the infection, or to stop any infection. Sorry. Anyways, that time has passed. We went back to the vet since then, and they were like, "Oh, okay. So it's kind of healed, but not really. Like it clearly will never heal because these teeth are preventing it from healing. They're biting down right on top of where it should be. So we're going to have to remove those teeth as well. They'll probably have to come out in the future anyway because they're not that particularly healthy." So she was like, "We'll just have to do that." So she has to go in for another tooth extraction. Another 2 teeth extraction in like 3 weeks. But yeah, the vet person who's doing it is going away, so the closest they could do it was in 3 weeks. Anyway, long story short, she's actually kind of doing fine, but she also has to go back in for like a second surgery, and she was terrified of that first one and really doesn't trust me at the moment because I had to bring her on my own actually to it. Doesn't trust me at all, which is frustrating, but you know, is what it is, I guess. Like this. All right, well there you go. Thanks for listening. So yeah, I feel bad for her because just when I got back I had to bring her again to the vet on my own because Rosie's working, just for a checkup to see how things are progressing. And now she is like, today I went to just go pet her. She's friendly with me during the day, but sometimes she just thinks like, oh no, like I'm being taken away. So she's run under the bed. And I'm like, it's okay, Jinx. It's fine. Don't worry about it. And of course, like that's what I was saying before I took her away last time. So she's like, mm-mm. So she's kind of just been sat under there all day now today, thinking that I'm probably going to take her away, which is unfortunate. And then when I had her in the carrier, she was just like trembling. I was like, oh my God, I feel so bad for her. Is what it is. These are largely going to be inputs, but no harm in having outputs just in case. Right. Suppose I didn't need the floor in place. Oh, actually, I can get rid of the floor thinking about it, yeah. Hope she'll settle down. Yeah, hopefully. Look how you're playing at 6 in the morning. Well, I live in England, so it's like nearly 2 p.m. for me. I feel like Darren is just being humble. He's super social and friendly. He has no problems finding friends. No, that's not true. I don't have any friends. I have like I've got like 3 friends, 3 good friends. One is in London, and I've went to school with him. It's quite a weird coincidence that, yeah, we went to school in Ireland together, and he just lives quite close by, and we were best friends back then too. So that's great. My other friend, his name is Killian. He's in Dublin, in Ireland, and then my other friend, his name is Richard, and he's in California. So those are my 3 friends. So I don't do anything. I don't go out. I don't do anything. And I don't really play online games or anything either. How does anyone make new friends? Especially if you're shy. It's like impossible. Trying to work out where these storage containers are gonna have to go, so I think roughly here. These are inputs, really, so they should be about there. I'm just trying to think that some of these are going to dimensional depots. Oh yeah, this will work perfect actually, yeah. Yep. We'll overflow out the front into a dimensional depot. Sure. Is that possible actually? So if a lift was carrying this up into a drone port. Hmm. gonna have to think about these problems for a while. You'd be a smart splitter. Something like that. And then out the side, somewhere else out the side, you go into a dimensional depot. So the depot would be like here. That would be the overflow, and that would go in there. Something like that probably work, yeah. Yeesh. Okay, that's fine. So we'll get rid of this. We'll make these input only. If I need to add a special case one, that's fine. For the most part, they're all going to just be like that layout, I think. Might as well make this a smart splitter. Did I connect that? No. So let's just set it to 3. Nothing, I think, is higher than 3 in this factory anyway. So at the right, you are overflowing. Center thing, that's fine. Good. Anyways, you definitely qualified to be my friend. You're chill and kind. Poor Richard. I wouldn't want to live in Cali. Yeah, I visited him a few times. Richard's great. Love Richard. Richard's like the weirdest person I know. We play games every weekend, almost every weekend. And we met each other online back in like 2012. Met each other in Battlefield 3. Good times. The goal should be, joining clubs full of other shy people is how I make friends. Yeah, I'm just too shy for even that, you know. That's the problem. It's like we walk by like Warhammer stores and stuff and board game stores and we're like, should we go in there? It's like, nah. Let's not do that. And Rosie worked from home for a long time, so she kind of makes friends at the few jobs she has, but then once you leave the job, it's like, that's kind of it. And I made friends when I worked at Creative Assembly, but then once I left Creative Assembly, I made a lot of enemies. Yeah. It's all good. I actually really don't mind. I'm busy enough that I don't really mind. It would be nice to see the current friends I have a bit more, but overall, I don't mind. Rosie, on the other hand, I think could do with and would prefer to have more of a social life. But it's just difficult. It's hard. People already have their friend groups, or a lot of people do. Alright, so what are we going to call this? This could be used in different places, really. Logistics, maybe drones category. So it's a drone with storage. Better. Didn't give it any power or anything. That's okay. And it's 4 meters high. We just play around with names. Bear with me. Drone. It's 16 meters off the ground, so that around 16 meters. And with I don't know if ampersands work. Maybe. No. Well, with storage depot is fine. 16 meters. Drone with storage depot. Does this work? No. Yeah. Drone receiver. Storage. All right. It's fine. I'll actually get rid of the concrete and then we'll put that down fresh. Or it's already down. Alright, saved. FPS is full of crying 12-year-olds. Sorry. The goal should be yourself. To be yourself, see who sticks around. The goal of finding friends is for immediate failure, as you'll just notice all the times it doesn't happen. Yeah, we just don't do anything, so it's like we just don't meet new people. It's all good. It's fine. I played Battlefield 1942. We used TeamSpeak back then. Those are the days. FPS is all suck now. It's all full of crying 12-year-olds. I like FPS games now. It just depends. Not quite. I mean, I just don't play anything as much as I did back then. But I really liked Battlefield 6. But then they kind of, I don't know. It's just kind of lost its way. It felt the maps I didn't feel. The new maps they were adding weren't very good, and then the skins really took away the personality of the game. So I was like, ah. And then Arc Raiders came along, and I absolutely love Arc Raiders. That's what me and Richard play now. Can't compete anymore. Kids nowadays get out of home, get out of the womb with a phone or iPad attached with Fortnite installed. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty good at FPS games. Like, I'm not amazing. Yeah, I couldn't be like a streamer for it or something, but I normally finish like in the top of the scoreboard, like close to the top 3. At least in Battlefield. It's different in like Call of Duty. It's much more competitive in Overwatch or Call of Duty or CS:GO or something. Or Counter-Strike. But in Battlefield you can do other things. I normally play engineer most of the time. But I'm pretty good in Battlefield. Pretty good. I was pretty good at like PUBG and stuff. Ah, there's some concrete built into this, sorry. But at Arc Raiders, I like to think I'm actually really good at Arc Raiders. Although it all depends who you come across, I suppose. But loads of, oh, it's such a good feeling when like people like shoot at you and you just take them down. When they shoot first. And that happens frequently. There was, yeah, anyway, whatever. You do get, I probably do kill mostly the people that aren't very well equipped though. It's like, I try to play good guy most of the time. But the people that end up coming for me would be the ones that go in with like the free kits, where they have like very little to lose. As a result, you end up killing more people than you probably would otherwise, because they're actually not very kitted out. Right. Good. Okay, just making sure there's good space here. Something like that. Go to... Yeah. Alright, there's one. Build a few of those, I don't know. At least 4. And then we have to just adjust the storage downstairs for them. Number 2. Let's do the same on the other side. But I'll have to move the storage out of the way. It's kind of in the way now. That'll be 2 of the special things that go off. I guess I don't know yet what is going that way. Any problem? I have a general idea. Dump my inventory and start moving some of this stuff out of here. Back in the late 360 and early Xbox One era, I would visit my cousins out of state. My cousin had the general rule that I could play any of his games except Battlefield, because that was ranked. Then I would play Hunger Games. Hunger Games Minecraft, man. Shout out. The first Battle Royale game I ever played was Hunger Games Minecraft. That was so fun. My friend Richard, we finished once where we were like the last 3 remaining in that. So it starts with 256 people. And it shrinks and shrinks until there's only 1 remaining. We were the last 3 people alive. I think so, or no, sorry, I wasn't alive. I like died in like position 20 or something. But my 2 other friends were, and one of them was that guy Richard I was talking about. And they were like, "Oh, I've got a gentleman's agreement to build up on like just in Minecraft up on 2 pillars and build a little wall walkway across, and we'll just fight on this tall walkway." And they agreed, and they're like, "Okay." And it took so long to get to this point, by the way, so everyone was kind of on edge and tense still. And as he was building up, Richard just shot an arrow at the my other friend Toby and just knocked him off and killed him. And Toby like disconnected and didn't talk to him for like 2 years. It was serious. And they used to talk every day. So we still reference that, like how like you. And by the way, he didn't talk to him for 2 years because the next time he talked to him was when I brought them together here in England, and they were forced to meet each other. And they were totally fine then, but he was so mad at that. And Toby never rages or gets angry or anything like that. It was really odd. But and to be fair to him, he did just quit. He didn't even say anything. Just like disconnected and like was gone. Friendships are ruined on those types of things, relationships. Anyway, I used to get upset about the attitude in games until I realized I was one of those kids who behaved similarly. Yeah, I generally try to stay out of online discourse. You know, my Discord chats about games a little bit, but I don't know. I just don't feel like a lot of it's really real. When you see how many games sell, it's like, oh, 1 million copies of this game sold. And then you read how many comments of people are complaining about it. It's like, there's like 5,000 comments. It's like, well, who cares? Why should we care about that? Now, YouTubers can amplify that then, because then YouTubers make videos where it's like, oh my god, look at all the people are saying about this game. And they'll get like 1 million views, and then it seems really big. But it still isn't that big. For the people that are actually annoyed. So, I don't know. Tough one. Anyway, I'm just thinking of what to do here. So, the supercomputers are definitely one of the things I want to take away. I should probably just cut off the supply here, but it'll back up the whole factory. But hopefully, everything will be fine. That could be supercomputer port 1. Struggling to think about what exactly... I should have picked up my hover pack at least. This line is going to shift over. I need it to be between both drones, so I should put the other drones down because I don't know exactly where that's going to be, and then I can focus again. Anyway, I won Hunger Games on the regular. Nice. Yeah, we didn't play it that often, actually. And I honestly think I only ever won it maybe once, maybe twice. Not often. Yeah. Dum dum. This one. Come with me. Well, a game I used to play like quite seriously. Well, I used to play COD 4 loads, and then Battlefield 3 became like my main game really. And we'd play some Bad Company and stuff back in the day too. I used to play Wipeout. Basically in my head competitively. I used to play it for the leaderboards and stuff. And I was pretty good at that. Oh yeah, Arma 2. All the mods for Arma 2. We used to have this big persistent server for Arma Exile, which was basically like DayZ, where there was also like missions and stuff that you had to do. And that was sick. That was the kind of thing where you're hunting a group for like hours. You finally get them. Oh. Or if they get you, you just don't even know like if it was them or not. Ah. Fun times. Nudge this over this way, so that's in the center there. Alright, so that's one. Only need to put one down, and then I can see where everything else is going to be, and it should be straightforward from here on out. Halo 3 is peak shooter for me. Yeah, I didn't have an Xbox. I didn't want one. I'm very PlayStation fanboy to this day. Still am. So I never really experienced the whole Halo thing. When I went to game dev school, every one of my friends were all big Halo fans and big Xbox fans, and I was the only one with a PlayStation 3. We had great conversations about all that. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 tiles. 1, 2, 3. So this one is where our center point is. this is gonna be super computer. What goes everywhere else? I have no idea yet. Everything's just Mark 5. It'd be cool to get the rates correct. Yeah, it's 12 per minute, so a Mark 1 belt should be fine coming out of that. Alright, so that supercomputer is now being drone fed, or they will be once we connect that main belt up. Next down the line, I'd said that turbo motors would be another good candidate to send away. Maybe high-speed connectors even, although it's such a small amount. Oh yeah, and then crystal oscillators would be a good one too. So the reason I emptied my inventory is because I was going to just take everything out of this one and then delete it. So we can delete that. Take that. This says overflow, so if it can't send supercomputers anywhere, it should just go in the bin. Good. Brighten up the day as well. A little bit. Probably should have created a sign that would work on these as well. It'd be nice to show that it's supercomputers. Marathon 2. Funny you say 2. Not many people really know that, or mention that it is a remake, or not a remake, but you know, using the same name as a game from years ago. Last shooter. I like that you can shoot a rocket launcher at the ground and get launched into the air in Halo. Yeah, people obviously loved it. I got nothing against Halo. Halo to me is like totally fine. That's as good as I'll give it. The one game I loved on Xbox though was Gears. Gears is like an awesome game. That was like the one game I was like, damn, kind of wish we had that. But when I played Halo at my cousins and stuff, we beat Halo 3 together. I just didn't really get what the fascination was. It was fun though, messing around in Forge, at least to me. And the physics kind of nature of things and the way soldiers like just get in vehicles and do their own thing, like the autonomy of AI was pretty cool. But I really don't get people's fascination with it. In my opinion, it was never that good. And people, when Halo Infinite came out, I'm like, this is exactly what Halo is, or always was. And people are like, oh, it's not good enough, or you know, how could they drop the ball so badly? I'm like, guys, I don't know what you want, really, because this is what this is. Everyone seems to have different ideas of what they would do with it and stuff. I'm like, I don't know. Me, it's like there was a massive hype around it at the time. I remember with the big midnight launches and everything, but I know it's an unpopular take, but I sort of feel like people are misremembering like how quote unquote good it is. I mean, the Master Chief Collection exists, and obviously it launched badly, but if it was really that good, people would be playing that still. And the numbers on that game are really low. So I think there's some big expectation of what people want Halo to be, but it's like, guys, I think we've kind of moved on. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just wrong. But because when I played it back in the day, I'm like, this is just like Resistance. This is just like Killzone. These are totally like 8 out of 10s. Don't find the 10 out of 10 in here personally, but that's just me. Except for the Forge stuff. I mean, like the creativity aspect of that was always really very unique. But yeah, anyway, I know that's my like wild take about that. I know it's an unpopular take, but I don't know what people want from Halo in some sense. Just lined up. Yes. Okay, good. Right, so anyways, this is going to be turbo motors. Throw them in there. I'm going to have to start removing these things. I don't know what the best way to do this is. I guess just delete all of these. Maybe I can just move it somewhere over here for a moment and refill them. They just take too long to like sync everything, and I don't want to just mass delete. I feel bad. I want to get the tickets, even as minimal as it is. I have the Halo compilation on Steam. Oh, by the way, I also streamed Halo 1 CE when it came out with the Master Chief Collection, and it was good. I think Halo 2, people love 2 and ODST as well. ODST, I think, would be the one I'd probably jive with the most. Kind of like watching Star Wars now when you've never seen it before. Yeah, I can understand it's like a time and place kind of thing, too. Because for a lot of people, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I think for a lot of people, it was like their first real multiplayer experience. That's why it was like so good. And that's why I say, like, I kind of feel like we've maybe moved on since then. And that's why there's always endless bickering about what to do with the franchise. Although, you could always make games with good stories, I guess. No excuses there. Exactly that, yeah. Alright, almost cleared out this side anyway. Interesting, we still don't really make that many turbo motors. That one is a bit of a challenge, it seems, still. Alright, so... well, that can go in there. Alright, this will be our new main line. Now, the good thing is I can, in between these areas, fit in other things that aren't going anywhere. Except to dimensional depots. What's the middle point here? That's in the middle of a foundation. We want to go on the line, do we? Yeah. Rotate that around, I guess. Everything in belt mark 3. Alright, so to the left, supercomputers. Straight ahead. Do these just say overflow? I think so, right? Overflow. And then we choose what comes out. Yeah, yeah. Oh. This is 1.1 still, actually. I never played Halo. I didn't know there was a version of that for Marathon. The one I played was on Mac back in the 90s. Oh, Warhawk on... I actually never played it on PS2, but I played Warhawk on PS3. Dude, I loved Warhawk. Warhawk was such a great game. The other thing about Xbox people is they don't know how many actual great games there were on PS3, in my opinion. I mean, obviously I'm biased, I guess. But the Warhawk multiplayer was really good. Really, really good. It's a game about, like... it's kind of like Fortnite now, actually, thinking about it. But in some ways. It's third person... it's kind of like a third-person Battlefield game, but an emphasis on jets. And you're fighting over, like, floating archipelago islands. Cool, super cool, like, team-based 40v40 type game. And then there was Mag. Mag was really interesting. That was a 256-player multiplayer game. Broken down... the unique thing with that game was it was all broken down into unique squads and stuff. There was like a hierarchy system. So you're every team is 128 players. At the top of the team was the commander. Then there was like the platoon leaders, and then there was the squad leaders. The squad leaders could talk to the platoon commanders through voice chat. You could only talk to the leader above you and your own, whatever your own team, a direct squad was. So the different platoon leaders would all have to coordinate and stuff to do things. And the map was massive, and you'd have this really cool game mode where there was 8 refineries in the center that needed 8 bombs planted on them. 1 on each. But to progress into the map, you started on the outskirts of this big map. And to progress inwards, you had to like take out the the anti-air. And once you do that, then you can like parachute deeper into the map, like quicker. Super cool. Really cool. Would love something like that to come back. I mean, it's kind of like what PlanetSide was as well. This is like an extremely large scale game, but it had this like teamwork focus, I guess. Sorry, I need to speed up. I know I'm rambling. Doing that thing where you just hop between things while talking instead of actually building things. Sounds like a lag fest. On PS3, it didn't run very well, to be fair. Probably ran at like 24 FPS. I mean, a lot of games back then did. But yeah, I mean, shout out to the PS3. I mean, to crank out 256 players, PlayStation Network was free. You didn't need a subscription either back then, so you just played. It was sick. It lived for a couple of years. Then I think they took it offline. In fact, I think the PSN outage at some point affected it, because the PSN went down for 3 weeks once. It was like crazy. Got hacked. And I think that really hurt the game. Hurt a lot of games. So this one is going to be something that's not going anywhere. So this would need to be maybe the cooling systems. Next one over then would be turbo motors. It's 3. Motorstorm was a sick game. Killzone 2's multiplayer was awesome. The Last of Us's multiplayer is underrated as well. Such a shame that they canceled that new version of it. Last of Us multiplayer might be the best multiplayer PlayStation's ever made, I would say. In terms of its staying power and longevity. You had loads of little multiplayer games, obviously, back then, like Uncharted multiplayer and stuff, and Dead Space even had multiplayer. And they were fine. But The Last of Us actually had a really interesting idea. They used to pull in your Facebook account, and they would populate this fake camp that you have. So in between matches, you'd have a camp. And you were trying to grow it by securing food and things to bring back. So it's sort of like an extraction game in a way. You're going into this raid, fighting other players, but also trying to scavenge materials and stuff. And if you were successful and your team won, then you got the stuff back. And if you improved your camp, it would say stuff like, whoever, it would just pull in names from your friends list on Facebook and say like, oh, like John whatever is sick. Like you need to get him this thing in your next match, otherwise he'll die and your population of the camp will go down, and that affects like experience gain and stuff. It's like, this is pretty interesting at the very least, because you could just use random names and that's fine, but using your own names that you recognize, made you kind of care a little bit more about like what actually happened. This is another one that doesn't have to go anywhere. I don't think heat sinks are used. Oh no, they are, yeah. 2.5 AI limiters. That's pretty low. Might take those. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Need one more row, I think. And the next row will be a drone port, if we want to fit one. Maybe. Although we need 2 on the other side, so drone port, drone port, drone port. Don't think that needs one. It's so low. 2.25. I mean, maybe. It's no harm, I guess, in having that. And then, like I said, I think the silica and the quickwire could just go to a truck station downstairs, because the trucks are available. And they're directly below where I am. Good. Quartz maybe though could also go for a drone. It's got 45 left over. Played a lot of Uncharted. The network always went down when I had a day off. God of War 3 is amazing. God of War, I never played God of War 1, 2 or 3. That was my weird blind spot with PlayStation. I don't know why. No idea. My friends always told me it was great as well. Oh my god, Star Wars Battlefront 2, so good. Yeah, that was great. Used to have friends come over and we play that split screen. What have I done? Turbo, yeah, supercomputers. Cooling systems. Let me just fill up that container, then I can start moving these. Okay. Next one was turbo motors. I think I threw into there already. Next one was AI limbs. Okay. Need some lights in this place. Yeah, I guess another drone port then. Why not? That's correct. My friend would come over and play Street Fighter Alpha 3. My brother used to joke about that. It's like Street Fighter Alpha EX. There'd be like so many sub names to it. We didn't understand what any of that meant. Still don't. Street Fighter 2 EX plus Alpha. So another drone port. This one's going to be, I guess, the high-speed connectors. Why not? You've been playing for 2 hours. I actually finally marked this off. Walls. Now we're doing drone room. And power comes after. Assassin's Creed. Yeah, that was another little blind spot for me in some way. I played the first one, and I never played any of the other ones. It was the first game I ever boycotted. Because I was led to believe that Assassin's Creed was going to be this like stealth game where you couldn't just hack and slash. I remember them saying that. They were like, oh, you can't just like kill everybody and stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, that sounds so cool. And it was a cool game. I don't know why I took such a stance on it, but I remember toward the end of the game, you're like just killing everybody. And the combat was super simple. It's like you just hold one key or whatever and then counter. And I was only like 14 or something probably. And I remember just thinking like, this is bullshit. This isn't what like they said it was. And then when they announced the second one, I was like, ah, forget it. Like, I'm just not going to buy that game again. Probably a bunch of lies. And I never did until I bought Black Flag once on a sale and then never played it. And then someone in my Discord gifted me Assassin's Creed Origins. That was Ava. And I loved it. I thought it was awesome. I had no expectation really at that point. I was like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. I don't mind like this pseudo RPG kind of thing. It's cool by me. And I really love AC Origins. I think it's a great game. I played a little bit of Odyssey then as well. Same person gifted it to me actually. I never really got into it. Kind of seemed like just more of the same, but apparently really bloated. But yeah, I never really got into it. What was the latest? Oh, and then Valheim, was it? Valhalla. That was crazy because Valhalla I streamed and I was just showing people how like it was completely broken. At least for me, the AI like just completely didn't work. Like I'd go into combat and I was just like, I'll put my hands up, and they never hit me. Like, but they were like ready to like attack you, and I was like moving and stuff, and they just wouldn't hit me, and I was like, what is this? And then I stopped playing that. But that was, I liked the camp building in that. That was kind of cool. Anyway, Kazan Cage. I think I've said it right. Always great to start the day when I catch your stream. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I really appreciate super chats as well. Thank you. Yeah, so let's just do a little recap of what we're doing right now. So I've been doing cosmetics at this factory. This is my tier 8 factory from the Desert series. So people know it as a factory that makes pretty much everything that you're asked of in tier 8. The only thing is the fused frames it doesn't. We've now slapped some walls on all around it. We've added some gates out the front, cleaned up the trim a little bit. We added these 2 sections. We've added the back walls. This is everything we've added since the video. So it's all just mostly cosmetics. There's one actual logistics thing that we've done, and we're kind of doing a small logistics thing now, but the one was we've added a copper mine over here. So we've increased the amount of copper that this place can bring in. And it was already a truck going to get copper. We just added a new mine that it goes and picks up from. That's good. Now we're adding drone ports for... Oh, did I add them too close? Oh, shit. I need to move them back. Sorry. Oh, that's going to be annoying. Oh, it's not that annoying, actually. Yeah, it's not that annoying, but it's a little annoying. They need to be moved back. How did I do that? 1, 2. I thought it was 2 on this side. No, it's 1. Okay. I didn't hook this one up yet, but the ones I have hooked up were centered based on that, so I have to just move this. But anyway, yeah, we're adding drone ports for... In the future, we'll actually hook these up to things, but for now, they're fine to just add in place. And that's just what we're doing now. And we were kind of reminiscing about old games, and I was giving my bad takes on Halo. Right, yeah, that's it. So I have to move over that line that we just built just by 1, but it copies all the settings, so it should be quick. And that's why we didn't hook it up to the belt line yet. This is the center line. I was so close, it could have been there. So nice that we can actually copy things now as well and keep the settings. Helps a lot. Okay, there we go. Could put a walkway over these belts or something so we can just get to the storage containers without having to jump. Hello, Flazaby. Flazaby. I would often go to my friend's home and either play Halo 3 or Burnout Paradise. That's another one. Yeah, Burnout Takedown and then Burnout Paradise. Burnout Paradise, I guess I didn't play with friends, but definitely Takedown I did, which was before that. Paradise I played on my own. I actually, not too long ago, went back to that game and got the platinum in it, just recently. Maybe like 6 months ago. Plant Sites 2 is on Steam, is it still? Wow. Crazy how long that game's been going on. I remember Total Biscuit used to cover that game a lot back in the day. Or he did multiple videos on it anyway. 2, 3, 4, 5. These aren't exactly evenly spaced, but... Yeah, so let me just move this slightly. It needs to be there. It wouldn't be evenly spaced, but it'll be the same. It needs to be the same, damn it. There. 1, 2, 3 and a half. Half, 1, 2, 3. Closer to this one than it is to this one. I know that this could just move over to the left, but I'm okay with them being offset because they're in the center of the line, which is I'm happy about. I feel like... Are my actual storages off? It's 26. Yeah, that was 26 as well. Okay, just it didn't look like the same to me for some reason. So what is this then? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 12. Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, alright. No problem. Oh shit, that was AI limiters, I think, right? Yeah. How many AI limiters do I make? 2.5 per minute. Yeah, I was gonna say it's not enough to send around anywhere, so yeah. Good. All right. Yeah, rip to the TB. Burnout 3 I played on my original Xbox. I want to play that now. Yeah, that was a great game. Only ever had a PlayStation, so I'd either play Need for Speed or Midnight Club. Burnout was on PlayStation. I played Need for Speed as well, though. I guess, what was it? Gran Turismo was on PlayStation, and Forza, I guess, was on Xbox. Forza's a great game. Although I didn't really like the motorsport ones, but I liked I love Horizon. That's a super cool game. I like Gran Turismo as well. Okay, so this is all hooked up. We just have to do the other side now, but it should be easier because I have my spacing correct now. That has to, we have to have something that goes here. So unlike before, although yeah, I could move it so that we do line these up. Drone ports wouldn't be lined upstairs, but the storage things would be with the same wire splitters. Would be kind of nice. So let me just get one of these temporarily here. Up to any kind of power that we can find. Go upstairs for it. Alright, so I've just redirected that for now. We can get rid of all this. Night. Yeah, it'd be nice to use fewer smart splitters. It just looks better on the belt. But the drone ports will be offset. But well, whatever. Same thing I did over here. I'll just have to add a few temporary storage containers. 1, 2. 1. Bunch of crap. There's nothing in this one. Oh, that's the drone port. Get rid of that one. This one, quartz crystal. This one, silica. One is heat sinks. And finally we have crystal oscillators. Great. Right, so we can get rid of all this crap. It'd be great to get a modern Midnight Club. Honestly, from memory, I just don't remember what was really different about it. I did play it. I had one of the Midnight Clubs for a long time. And then Need for Speed Underground, and then Burnout, a little bit of everything. Motorstorm, shout out to Motorstorm. That was PS3. Hey Zen Gaming, thanks so much, appreciate that. It is a great game, wasn't it? Was. Still have a functional original Xbox, nice. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I don't have a PS1 or PS2 anymore. I do have, I still have my old PS3, at least back in Ireland. Alright, so I have to create another one of these and then line it up with that. Place this somewhere up here and then see where it is. Okay. Remember when they used to have a limit on how far you could nudge? What were they thinking? Alright, so that's lined up actually super accurately straight away. That's good. I just have to space it out from the wall correctly and then that's it. Then I believe if the maths, doing another one should just line it up anyway. I think. Right thing. Double check, but yeah. Yes, sir. Great. And then we'll just add one more. Which probably won't ever even get used. It might be good to bring in fuel or something, though. Or if I make the fuse modular frames, it could probably do that. No vertical nudge. Yeah, that was crazy as well. So weird that they had that. Be cool if we got a PC port for GT. Yeah, Sony are moving away from PC ports. I think they messed up by ever putting anything on PC. I feel like the fact that they did it and now they're trying to pull back. PC gamers now know you just wait, they'll probably do it again in the future. Whereas if they never did it, there was always that like, well, they don't put their games here, so either get a PlayStation or not. And I know a few hardcore PC people that bought PlayStations recently, and then once they started putting the games on PC, they're like, well, just sell this then. And they're never gonna buy one now. So I think they really screwed that up. I don't think you can just walk that back, but apparently they're trying to. So. For GT, it would be interesting though. There's a big, I think iRacing is like really popular on PC. Be interesting to try to compete in that space. Right, so crystal oscillators, I think. I'll go in there. Something else will go here, and then I need another thing that goes to a drone port, but I don't think I have anything. I guess maybe quartz crystal. Right, and then we just need regular storage. Turned around there for a sec. There we go. Okay, so this needs to be something that's not going anywhere else. Or it might go to a truck station, so it's going to be either silica or quickwire. Oh, wrong side. Alright, I think that's it. Oh yeah, the one more free slot. Let's see what I've not hooked up. Radio control units, I don't think I did. Alright, so radio control units. I think that's it. Need an awesome sync somewhere at the end here. Even just temporarily, I might move this, but for now I'll just stick it right there. Hey. Alright. Filling them back up. Ooh, wire, I think I forgot. Don't think wire goes anywhere. Yeah, might add that just down on the end somewhere then. Right, so... this is crystal oscillator. So the first one's crystal oscillators. Just need to grab that and put that back in. Silica, second one. Third one is quartz crystal. Oh my god. Fourth one, quickwire. Did not pick up quickwire anywhere. Oh, maybe over there. Don't think I make more than what's traveling on that belt. 130 per minute should be what's flowing over, so should be okay. Radio control units, that's from here. CM, thanks so much. Check that in just one sec. Otherwise I'll lose track of thought. I think that's it, just the wire area needs to be adjusted. Oh, the heat sinks. Ah, so I did forget two whole areas. Okay, so we extend this out and add these. I think there. So, what was that? Wire to the left, maybe? And then heat sinks? Alright. CM said, good to see you back after good and bad reasons to be absent. I decided to cancel my membership and shift my support to streams and super likes, so that you still have an incentive to make stuff. Thanks. Hey, I appreciate that. That's cool. Thank you. Yeah, it's a bit not unfair, unusual. You don't really get anything for being a member. I mean, if my schedule gets a lot better, you'll probably get videos early. But if you don't care about that, because obviously they'll go to everyone anyway. Yeah, it's a shame that it doesn't remove ads or something for people. I really wish they would just do that, but I don't think they ever will. Obviously, YouTube Premium removes ads, but it would just be, I don't know, it just would be good if you could do it for individual channels or something. But yeah, well, anyway, thank you very much. And that's loads. So yeah, it's like 2 members right there. Thank you. All right, so I think everything's sorted. I think, question mark, I just have to get rid of those last few containers. Those are the heat sinks. So that one can go. Heat sinks here. Later. Doesn't look like I'm actually making heat sinks. We could restart some things. Normally the silica, I think, in this factory gets backed up. The silica solution or whatever it's called. Dissolved silica. Big Daddy wants its cut. Yeah, I mean, they do YouTube. Well, yeah. I just don't see the loss, really. Removing ads on just one channel, if they're a member, it's just like a YouTube... It's better if they would actually... It's like Twitch. Twitch would rather you subscribe to individual channels than remove ads from all videos, you know? But really, it's more greedy to do it that way. Twitch do actually have a service that removes ads for all channels. It's called Twitch Turbo, but they never advertise it. It's actually pretty cheap. It's like, why would you subscribe to an individual, you know, with money if you could just blanket get all the ads removed? I can see why they don't mention it, really. Alrighty, there we go. 6 drone ports, and yeah, I guess we could go out just a little further with this. Would be cool to make it like asphalt or something, to make it look like a tarmacked area. Just picturing this as an example, if we do this, you could have like some patterns here. I don't know, it's just like, this is the edge of the fly zone. Have that go further in with some other symbols and numbers on each port. That could look pretty cool, I think. Especially if we paint it, but we'll leave it just for now. Put on the industrial railing as well, just in case. In case anybody falls. Right, so there's this... Yeah, this floor needs to extend at least as far as that one. Ideally further, because that could look kind of cool. Maybe just a little bit further out. Even half this would be good. Although, actually, that's probably a good amount. And we could send the... I wonder, could we do an awesome sync on that floor by the control room? Does that stick through? It actually doesn't, so that's good. The antenna would fit down here. And that way, down here in the control room, we could see all the material come down from overflow. So that'd be nice. You have one central place to look at it. Don't really have ways of getting up and down these places, to be honest, at the moment, but figure that out later. And I guess this should probably just be white for now. Maybe like pathways to walk on either side at the back. I don't know if they should be on asphalt or not. Yeah, I don't see why not. With YouTube Premium Lite plus Twitch Turbo, I'm fine. And I hope it's better for content creators to have Twitch Turbo Premium viewer than a regular one. It is, yeah. It tells you in the ads or whatever. Don't look at it too often, but let's just have a quick look real quick. And I don't even know where to look at this. There is somewhere where it shows you the breakdown between regular ads and premium views. I don't know. I'd probably take too long to look for it. Yeah, I don't look at it very often, clearly, so I don't know where you even find that. But there is like it tells you. It's like, oh, like 20% of your income came from like a smaller amount of viewers that are premium members, YouTube premium members. All right, if we do the unpainted on that. And then tarmac in the middle. Look decent. And then maybe a bit later I can do the different signs or patterns or whatever. Might look good. I'd like to put the numbers of like which port is what. Look decent. Yeah. Alright, that should be good enough. Get rid of some of these antennas that are sticking through. That was my inventory. I don't know if I can pick this up, but let's try it. Yeah, seems okay. Alright, you can go. You can go. Guess that's it. I don't think I've forgotten anything. So now we've got, what is it, 8 drone ports, 4 on each side, and then 4 additional containers just for things that don't fly out of here or won't in the future. Need a sort of wall here and a way up and down. That could be further in. I'm okay with that. Like a tower even somewhere on this side would be good because there's nothing here. You just get up and down if you need to. These need to be hooked up with power eventually, so we'll need power rails coming out from the walls probably. Daisy chaining the drone ports would probably look pretty good. Yeah, I'll use daisy chaining whenever it doesn't clip through machines anyway, that's for sure. Alright. Well, I guess I have it on the right side to say like drone room. So I suppose I'll put down some patterns if it makes sense. This is the Turbo Electric Factory, TEF. TEF 01 something. I've forgotten already what these all do. I'll have to check that. Might just write it down somewhere so I don't forget. So maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That way might make more sense. Say 1 is supercomputer. 5 then is crystal oscillator. 6, 7, and 8. All right. 1. This is number 2 is turbo motor. Oh, there's only 3 on each side. Okay, that's even better then. High-speed connector. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, cool. That was then crystal oscillators is number 4. Quartz crystal number 5. And then finally something here. Radio control units. Excellent. All right, so just list all those upstairs and then that'll be kind of done. We'll put a wall down here. All right, so we're gonna go with this as number 1 instead. Arlanda. PEF. 01. Supercomputer. Let's call it. Yeah, supercomputers, yeah. One. Alright, we got our turbo motors. Hey, by the way, have they said when they think the update's coming out? I assume not. I was just wondering. Connector. This one is crystal oscillator. What update? The update for Satisfactory, like the when it comes out of beta. No. New patch was delayed, and they have not even hinted at it. Well, okay. Thanks. Thank you. All right, so those are all named. Let's start flying. Patterns, numbers. Which way is the right way? I don't know. This way. Oh, that's annoying. They're not really spaced properly, but oh well. Oh, is there no drone pattern? I thought there would be. Mm, okay. Oh, I just named that 3 as well. I'm blind. Sorry. All right. Oh, sorry. They did mention the next patch should be the last release to experimental. Oh, cool. Guess it's nearly done. Hope you're well. Just want to say congratulations for your wedding and pregnancy. Thank you. Thanks. I am well. Thank you, Matthias. Just checking to say hi. Unfortunately, I have work. No problem, Lance. I feel like your name changes every time I see you. Although I feel like I say that as well. Maybe it's the same. Stockfist. You'll always be known as Stockfist. Until you change your profile picture, and then I really won't know who you are. Welcome back, Darren, and congratulations. We'll be getting access to pre-release of the Anno expansion. I don't know. There was this whole thing. So I was sponsored to cover their stream. In looking at the stream numbers, I don't think it was worth it for them. The stream didn't do that well for me anyway. Not that I mind. But anyway, they gave me access. They sponsored me to do that stream and watch them play the DLC. And then they said that they were supposed to have sent the DLC to me just a couple days before, but they forgot. Or they got the key late or something. So anyway, they sent me a key. Like basically a couple hours before the stream. I was like, well, I won't really be able to play it then. Because a day after the stream, I think I can't remember exactly. My timeline's messed up, but I'm pretty sure like soon after the stream, the update wouldn't work anymore. It's like a limited time. It's like you have it for 2 days, and they missed me for a little while. And then the time I would have access to it, I was doing like a 9-hour stream for them. So I didn't have time to play it. But I remember I did access the patch, and then I didn't have the DLC. And they're like, oh, we can send you the DLC. And I was like, oh, it's okay. Like I thought I actually had it. I thought I had the year 1 edition, but I guess not. They'd sent me the game originally too. Anyway, so they sent me this code and I redeemed it. And it said like, I can't remember what it said, but it said redeemed. Like it definitely worked. But I still didn't have access. And I was like, oh. So then I ended up just buying the DLC because I was like, well, they didn't get back to me for a while. So I was like, I'm just going to buy it and see if I can play it. So I bought it, loaded it up. And then the patch didn't work anymore. Like it had been, the beta patch had been like revoked, like on purpose for everybody. I was like, oh, I actually bought the thing. Because I woke up the next day, bought it. I still didn't, so yeah. I'm stumbling over my words. Long story short, I woke up the next day after the stream and I was like, oh, maybe I could play it now. Checked my email to see if they'd sent me the code. They still hadn't sent it to me after the one that they gave me didn't work. And I told them. So I was like, oh, I'm just going to buy it. Bought it, tried to play it. Patch was revoked, like no longer working. I'm like, damn it. Anyways, since then, I haven't heard anything from them. I told them that I just bought it and it's fine and everything. And then they're supposed to give me 5 codes for giveaways. They asked me to do the giveaway and I did 5 giveaways and they haven't sent me the codes either. So I'm not hearing from them right now, I guess. And then the DLC was delayed. Like I found out when it was delayed when everyone else did. So long story short, I don't have access to it right now. Maybe I will get it. Maybe they knew it was going to be delayed just for a little while and they want to talk to us a bit later about it. I don't know if other creators have got it. I know City Planner Plays did a video because he was actually in Germany and recorded it there. But I don't know why they did this before as well. I really don't know why they're doing this whole like, you can have it for 2 days and then we're going to take it away. It's like, why? Why? I don't get it. But okay. I'm not saying you have to give it to people super early, but it'd be nice just not to take it away once you do give it to them. Makes it just a little bit more difficult schedule-wise to get stuff ready. This is for Anno 117. The new DLC was going to come out today, actually, but it just got delayed. Just thinking if there's any other interesting symbols or something I could put down here. I guess we could put some dotted lines in between. Yeah, the person, I mean, he's really, really nice and everything, but the person who runs the Anno Ubisoft like PR also does Rainbow Six Siege, and I kind of think that's where he focuses, which is fine. But yeah, I just want, you know, it seems like he's got a lot on, because he was like, oh, I'm doing some big event for Rainbow Six Siege, so I just like didn't get to see in time or something. It's like, that's okay, I don't mind. But yeah, it seems like they probably need like another person. They're done by region. Like, he's a UK guy, so he does everything with the UK people. I don't have much good ideas about what I could put down here, actually. I kind of thought like I had much more to work with, but I guess not. It would be cool to get some more of these. No parking. Don't stop here. Maybe the Pioneer walkway things. It'd be nice if I could put it in the middle, but I can't. This could be fine though, actually. Oh, I know. I'll just use the half foundations on either side. That way we can have the path go through the middle. Should look okay. Actually, that's fine the way it is. Okay. Alright, leave it like that, whatever, it's fine. Just add something to it. I could add a little bit of railing, and that'll be it. Is your baby born on October 9th? No, at the moment it's scheduled for the 13th, but you said if it's on the 9th I have to name it after you. We already have a couple names in mind, so gonna have to say no. Unless your name happens to be the names we're thinking of. I'm fine with saying the name, but Rosie's like, no, you gotta wait. Like, okay. This is kind of coming together. Looks a bit nicer with the railing, I think. A bit safer. Could add it all the way around, I guess. Sure. Oh, then this one doesn't line up. Forget it then. Am I hoping for a boy or a girl? I don't mind really, either way. I actually don't have a preference. Welcome back. Will you be getting? Oh yeah, I read that already. Just Ubisoft things. Honestly, every company I've worked with is kind of like that. Creative Assembly was messed up in terms of its planning and organization. I don't know why. I don't know. People, for a lot of people working in these various companies, like it is just like a regular job for them, and I don't think they take it as serious as people on the outside think. That's my experience anyway. And my problem was I took it too serious compared to everyone around me. Doesn't do you any favors. I think I told people before when we were hiring for Creative Assembly, like I was hiring 2 people. And I remember thinking like we're gonna get so many people applying. We told people on the streams, on videos, and obviously just like LinkedIn and all those things. And there was like something like 40 people applied. Like only 40 people applied. I would have thought it'd be like 1,000. But most people don't apply because they just think they're not gonna get it. Damn. And no offense to the people that we hired, but when you've only got 40 people, the skill pool that you're hiring from is not very high. And we sort of had to just like train them up. And I'd only been in the industry 2 years myself. I shouldn't have been hiring people in the first place, but it's just the way it goes. I think big companies, the bigger you are as well, like Ubisoft's massive. You know, not everyone's like... And considering that person that I deal with, he's super lovely, but he's split across multiple games. It's like clearly they don't even have enough people kind of do what they need to do in some regards. And I'm really shy. I don't message very often. I don't like to bother people. I got 1 boy and 2 girls, and my girls are much more dramatic. Yeah, I've always just figured that girls would be easier up until they're teenagers, and boys would be harder until they're teenagers. But that's somewhat of a stereotype. I mean, you can get anything or any personality really, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, to me, I'm just like, whatever. I really don't mind. You know, I think a boy would be fun for me, but I'd be just as happy to have a girl. Girl's easier than my son. Yeah, just from what I've heard, it's like girls kind of, when they're younger, mature, like they're a bit more mature than boys, and a bit like less rowdy and loud, and they try to clean up and take care of things more. And I've only 1 kid in my life, which is my niece, and she's 2 and maybe 2.5 nearly. Not even. She's like 2 in a couple of months. And my brother is, you know, it's his daughter, and he's saying like, oh yeah, she like wants to pick up and put all her stuff away, and he fell once down the stairs, and he's like, now when we're walking down the stairs, she holds my hand and says like, be careful, like, and stuff like that. Like she was with him when he fell. It's just things like that where I'm like, I don't know, a boy could do that, but it does seem like to be a little bit of a stereotype that, or a typical thing that boys maybe don't. But then when girls become teenagers, it's like a complete roll of the dice of how they react to that. And yeah, all the social pressures and stuff that come with that. And then, but boys as well, boys could be, you never know, like what you get with a boy when he becomes like 13, 14. Could be more reserved and well-mannered, or it could be complete opposite. I mean, you really just don't know at that point. But yeah, for me, either way, I mean, I like the idea of like having a little kid to play games with, so I just hope boy or girl, they're kind of into that a little bit. I wouldn't force it on them or anything, but I hope they're kind of into it. Also, like, I like space stuff and history stuff, so classically girls aren't as into those kind of things, but they might be. My job to make them. But I'd be into like stuff. I think I was telling Rosie, like, I'd be into whatever they're into. If she's like, oh, I'm super into gymnastics, or even if my kid is into sports, like I'm not into sports, but I'd probably be a lot more into it if they were. Part of the no kid club. Parenting isn't for me. Yeah, I'm not super excited about being a parent, to be honest. I don't like babies, but I like kids. So I think, I mean, that's the easy part. I think. Well, it's easy. Nothing's too easy, but I think it'd be easier for me anyway when they're like 3, and you can kind of talk to them and get something back a little bit, like a bit of feedback. But up until that point, like I really have no particular interest in kids. I don't like babies. I don't like loud noises. So it'll be interesting. And Rosie knows this. She's like, yeah, I'll do as much as I can, taking care of it as much as possible. And I'll do everything I can in providing for it. But until it's like 2 or 3, I just feel like it's going to be a struggle. A little bit. But I think once it's older, once they're out of that baby phase, it's like, now it's awesome. Like, I'm really happy to have a kid then. I think so, anyway. Alright, I'm just thinking about what to do next. I was going to put a wall on this thing. I was just trying to figure out how I'm going to manage that. Part of me thinks it's kind of cool open, but nah. Some sort of wall is necessary, so... I guess the standard one I go with is this, across the bottom. And the wall down. Take a 3-year-old solo sabbatical. I have to look up sabbatical. Extended intentional break from work or routine. A 3-year-old... Take a 3-year solo sabbatical. I gotcha. Exactly. Yeah, I've heard the term sabbatical before. I just wasn't sure. My daughter just started talking. And she says, I help a lot. She doesn't pick up her toys at all, though. Just dumped a tote of blocks onto the floor last night. My son was speech delayed, though. Oh, right. 2 to 3 is when they know how to run. If you've never blinked when a toddler was around, you're in for a treat. Well, I've heard that too. It's like, ooh, terrible 2s and 3s, and they can start really getting out of your sight and getting into all sorts of hijinks. So I appreciate that, but I just think I would, I appreciate that could be really difficult too. But I'm just like not into babies. I see a baby and people are like, oh, look, it's a baby. Look at what it's doing. I'm like, don't care. Just don't care. Don't find them cute. People say that'll change when it's your own. I'm sure it will a little bit, but I really don't think it will too much. Like I look at a little baby cat or a dog and I'm like, oh, they're so cute. And I look at a little baby human, I'm like, no. Thing's loud and gross. So yeah, but once I see little kids walk around, I'm like, man, it must be fun to have a little kid with you. You know, telling it stuff and hanging out with it, and it can start eating normal food and stuff. Like, it just becomes like a little person at that point. And I think they're cool. And they like their little tracksuits or little human, well, they're obviously humans, but little adult clothes on them, like little miniature versions of things. I'm like, that's cool. So yeah, I'm into kids like that, just not babies. But hey, maybe it'll change. I don't know. It probably won't, but it might. Just open the live. What did he just say? I'm having a baby in October. Me and my partner are, and we were talking about babies. I know saying the words "I'm into kids" sounds weird, but I'm talking about like potential for how I can relate to my own child in future. Your kids are different. We are talking about his upcoming baby, yeah. Baby release. I have a 3-year-old son and a 1-year-old daughter. It's fun and difficult and humbling. I cared a lot more about my own babies than I ever did others as well. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm not going to care at all. I'm just saying like I'm looking forward to when they're not babies anymore, I guess. All right, looking good. This kind of tiered rooftop thing is pretty cool. Look at that. Look at what we've made. It looks alright. Slam things down and it kind of, the game figures it out for you. Comes together. So this will be the next little area, the next balcony. And then below is the power control room. So we're done with the drone room now. I could hook up the power, I guess. That'd be kind of good. Although, yeah. Gonna need the patch notes for the upcoming release. What turn raises? That's funny. Yeah, have they done the patch notes yet? I assume not. They said the same thing about Anno. They were like, oh, the patch notes will be closer to release now. They're changing things last minute. Oh, sorry. It sucks that they love Roblox so much for so long. And I can't wait for them to just get older. Oh yeah, I'm not touching Roblox. For me, no way. Don't care what they say. Don't care what their friends are doing. Don't care. Ain't playing trash like that. You can play the games I play. I don't have many rules. I don't think I'll have that many rules as a parent, but that's one of them. That game's trash. I've heard people like, oh, but it's like their social media and stuff. I don't care. Bad. I didn't have everything I wanted as a kid either. Same with phones and stuff like that. And by the way, no shade to anyone who does let their kids play it. It's fine. I saw actually there's like a new law or something coming to the UK where you're not allowed to give your... Something to do with like kids are not allowed to be on screens or something. It's like up to the age of 2, they're to have 0 screen time. Like a law. And then it softens from then on up. And it said like no screens at all if they're up to the age of 2, except for some like occasional things like FaceTime or something like that. I was like, damn. And there's a new law as well that just came out, or is coming out. I don't know if it's happened yet or not, which is if you're born in 2008 or after, smoking is just banned straight up. Just not allowed smoke. Like, okay. Kind of interesting. Don't know if it's... I mean, smoking's on the decline so heavily anyway. Feel like you're just going to push it underground that way and not in a good way. But either way, though, I think kind of a neat idea. They're looking into that kind of stuff. In some ways. In other ways, I kind of want weed to be legal. So who am I to say what they should be banning or not? But I was just surprised. It's rare that anything ever happens. So it feels like those are two big things. I should look up that thing about the kids. Just quickly see what this says. UK government has introduced a new screen time guidance for parents of under 5s, aiming to provide clear and trusted support to help families navigate challenges of screen time. The guidance is evidence-based and addresses the concerns of parents regarding the amount of screen time that is too much for their children. It emphasizes the importance of avoiding screen time for children under 2, except for shared activities, and suggests that for children aged 2 to 5, screen time should be limited to no more than an hour a day. 1 hour a day. Guidance also recommends co-viewing screens with children to enhance their development and well-being. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously I don't know. It just seems like, you know, I see kids and they're just staring at like shapes on a TV screen. I'm like, Jesus, what are we doing? Well, maybe it's all fine, but how can it be? I don't know. Literally like jangling keys in front of them forever. For years. Like a little bit though, sure. But like hours a day, I say, I don't know, man. Doesn't seem right. But maybe it's fine. I don't know. Married man streaming. I did not recognize you in the photo you posted, you handsome AF. Yeah, I'm bald AF. People are very complimentary of Rosie, which is nice to see. We're here. And me, but mostly her. Alright, walls are done. Again, drone room is done. So our new storage room, basically as it was before, now it's going to an awesome sink here. That's peeking through the ground, but it will be down here instead. This will be the power control room, which is what we have to do next. Oops. Might just take a quick break, grab a yogurt. I'm trying to eat at the same time every day. And I had a pretty big breakfast, so I'm just gonna have something small. Do you plan your wall designs along the build, or just let the final build determine how the design? It's the latter. I didn't know how this would look until everything was in place, all the machines. Sometimes it's different. The only time I've differed on that, I think, was that factory over there. You can take a quick ride over to that in a second, actually, because I have to run to the kitchen in a moment. This train will be going that way, so we'll just wait for it to roll back out. But yeah, that factory, I put all the walls and the building down, most of it anyway, first, before the machines, because I knew it didn't need that many machines. This was a much bigger factory, so it's like, oh, I could work it all out for space. That'd be a pain. Instead, we'll just build it like layer on layer and figure it out. The other one, though, I think it had something like 50 machines total, so it's like, okay, I know where everything can go. Therefore, I can plan out the space first. And I had a slightly different idea of how I wanted it to look. So it uses really big, thick foundations all around it. And then it just builds that out in like a big layer, effectively. That truck or train come in here, did it? Oh yeah, I guess so. So yeah, so that one was done the other way around. But 90% of the time, it is just like, I'll put the walls on it after the fact. And that's why it's never that creative. But if you try to stagger the build a little bit, you can get different heights of things and different, not just make a big box, ideally. This factory is a big rectangle, but it has 4 sub-units, we call them, around it. So it's got 4 little rectangles feeding into this one main one. And at the front, I just slanted it down, just to make that something slightly more interesting. But yeah, this one, because the terrain was so awkward, it's largely raised. There is a lowered part of the factory here, and I never did build the back of this one yet, because we only use half the factory, so the other half will be built out this side. So until we do that, there's no wall on the back yet. It'll just match the wall at the front, most likely. But yeah, this one was one where I was trying to make it look good, or at least interesting. So it's just blocks of refineries, and then at the back there's blocks of smelters, and then beneath is where everything gets its stuff fed over to it. And then beneath that is the train station we just came from. It rolls along there. I'm happy with how this one looks for sure. But often what I fail at doing is I don't really think about how to get around it until it's too late. So the elevators are just on the very edge of the build. And it's the same with the one I'm doing now. It's like, I don't know how we get up and down yet. So we'll figure that out later. Alright, back in just a minute. The aluminum factory was the most helpful of any of your designs for me to complete my playthrough. Awesome. Yeah, I love that aluminum design. It's the only one I really put my chest into and say, like, that is the best way to do aluminum. Like, it definitely is. There's no problems with water. It's fully recycled. It's definitely the best way. I think I didn't do a very good job in explaining it in the video because I watched it back not that long ago. And I spend like 40 minutes explaining it. You could do it in 3 minutes to explain that. I don't know why I took so long. I think I was trying to address all the other ways you can do it, and I was just rambling and rambling as I often do. A bit too much. But if I was to make a more concrete video about it, I would just explain this sort of this system here of these 3 feed into those 3. They are separated, therefore like there's never any issues with the water. And I can't remember the ratio. It's like whatever this is, 75% to a 50 to a 50. That's 50, that's 50, that's 75. Something like that. That's how they're clocked. So whatever you feed them, as long as they're clocked at that ratio, everything will always work. You just need to supply water to 1, and then it all works. So I was really happy with that. It works amazingly well. So every time I build aluminum, it has to be done that way because it just works. No issues. It runs continuously. Makes it very easy. None of this pipe up and down hierarchy, all that kind of crap. It's all just sorted. Anyway, back in... No, there's nothing wrong with the big box, by the way. Right, back in just a sec. Back. Didn't want to comment on someone's wife online? Oh, it's fine. Don't worry about it. She loved it. The top comment is like someone calling her a goddess. No one was creepy. Anyway, so it's all good. Just got myself a quick yogurt thing. I'm gonna eat this super quick, and then we can move on. And thanks about the aluminum, yeah. Took a long time. I remember I had a whole save file where I was trying so many different aluminum designs, and on the stream world that I had before, where we beat the game, had this sort of design and came really close to it. And I think that's why I found it. I found that like magic ratio effectively. And then it turns out like, well, if we just separate those pipes, then they never block each other. You can't have it back up. It can't fail. That's why I called the video like, oh, it cannot fail. There's a problem for a lot of people with aluminum is if you get your ratios wrong, or you start the machines in the wrong order or something, then water gets backlogged and everything stops. And that happened to me. And I became obsessed with finding a way to like make that not happen. Because people were like, oh, just mix the water with limestone, just make concrete and sink it. I'm like, no, there's gotta be a way, and there was. Felt good. A little chocolate, well, it's part chocolate. Activia Gut Health. Good morning. Hey, Ryan. For those who just joined, you're just joining me in a little interstitial here. I'm just having a tiny mini literal yogurt pot for lunch. As I was building up that factory in the background, just taking a mini break from it, and then we're going to do some power control stuff. I might sit down after that, so I've been standing for the last couple hours. This has been my go-to aluminum ever since. Simple, modular, easy works. Yeah, that's the great thing as well. You can easily expand it. Keep adding to it. My greatest achievement in the game, pretty much. I was gonna say we could ride the rail down to the swamp or something, just for something in the background. The plan after this, by the way, is to start doing that nuclear power plant. Or to do a little video, maybe one little video where I add the fused frames into that build. Need to connect the floor as well, I guess. Starting to look good though with the different heights. Floor heights. Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, thank you again for everyone congratulating on the marriage. It was crazy. We only had a small wedding of like 8 people. And then we just went on our honeymoon. But I really didn't expect it, but loads of people gave like gifts and stuff. Like extended family and stuff. I guess it's common, but I just didn't think when you... I told them, I was like, I feel really bad accepting gifts because we didn't host anyone. You know, we didn't do anything. But I guess it's just kind of what you do. I sort of thought like, you know, it's a sort of a transaction. You go to the wedding, you give a gift. You don't go to the wedding, you probably don't give a gift. But loads of people did. So, yeah, people were extremely generous. They sort of paid for the whole thing. Not that we spent that much, but, you know, we got a suit and dress and even the honeymoon, like, they kind of covered the whole thing. It was, like, kind of incredible. I don't think I ever finished that outpost over there, but this one I think is finished. I did have no expectations to get positively surprised. Oh yeah, totally, yeah. Some people are crazy keeping track of like what you gave at their wedding and then what you get back and stuff. There's no... It's such a small wedding, there's like no infighting or snootiness or anything like that. For us it was great. No family drama. That I know of. That makes sense, Pup. I feel like if you don't invite people though at all, is it common to get gifts from them? I don't know, maybe. Took a really long time to load. Okay. Almost done. I wonder what the first DLC for this DLC for this game will be, because they're definitely, in my opinion, they're definitely working on it. It'll be a new map or more stuff on this map. My brother's getting married in August, says Smag. Getting a big house and wants everyone to stay there. The wedding will be there. I'm hoping for no drama, but knowing my family's going to be a crap show. That'll be fun. Alright, finished. Shout out to Activia. My little boy Rex is here. Oh, it feels so good to sit down. Alrighty, let's focus back up. New map would be cool. Maybe new biomes could be interesting, new vehicles. A map expansion would be the thing I'd like the most, but a new map altogether would be cool. Like, part of me, I think I've said it before, it'd be interesting if they did like underwater stuff and they added like a new map for it, but also it works on this map too. But this map just doesn't have as much water areas. Like, you could make a more island archipelago or like map with like, I'm trying to back up and I can't. Why? I'm on a carpet and there's like a carpet protector on top of this, but it's got a hole in it and I was sinking into the hole. Anyways, like I could imagine a DLC that adds like water and stuff. Or adds stuff to do with water and maybe production chains, and you could add like, you know, spots in the water and like resource spots and stuff like that. That'd be cool, but this is largely a big landmass, so you could maybe also get an additional map that does stuff where it's like there's more pockets of water to really play around with that. I mean, maybe that's asking too much, a map and all these new mechanics, but I think that'd be pretty neat. But anyway, we'll see. Who knows? Could be anything. Okay, let's brighten things up. We have our big train station. We have this, so we don't really, again, have a great way of getting around just yet. Might stick a few towers around the front at some point. We have a bunch at the back. The next thing to do was the power room, or to at least hook up machines to power and like start to clean away the cables. So this is supposed to be the power room in here. And these go all to different groups and stuff. And then the idea was like walkways will carry us around, so both of these are the same thing. Like Subnautica? Yeah, I mean, my whole thing with the fluid dynamics like this would be crazy. Yeah, my whole suggestion for a first DLC, you know, I'm technically a designer, I guess. I always forget that. Mannerlords. But if I was designing on this game, I would look at it and go like, okay, we don't want to affect people's saves too much. We want to add substantial new content. The obvious first thing to do, I think, is water-based things, because while people do build out in the ocean stuff, not everyone does. You've got some space there, especially if you go underwater. We've never allowed building underwater, so we could maybe extend the boundaries of the map just a little bit, allow people to build more out in the sea. The only problem with this map is that it's heavily land-based. There isn't really like deep water pockets inland, so it's not that interesting from that perspective. That's why I was saying maybe also either do a map expansion. It's like you could imagine like the map expands, and there's no reason in Unreal that you can't do that, to my knowledge. And there's like some islands further out, and between them you can have like a bigger, richer area to build in. So underwater deposits, and then maybe you have to manage like oxygen, right? So you have oxygen tanks that you make with aluminum. Don't know how you get the oxygen, but let's just say there's some machine that you can do it, right? Split water or something and you get oxygen out of it. And you need aluminum tanks, and you then use that to stock yourself up, just like the jetpack, right? You have 170 biofuel here, you have your oxygen, and you can swim underwater, you get your fins that allow you to go faster. And then you add some vehicles that are amphibious, right? So you have like a truck that can go underwater, or like on the water or on land, something like that. Just one vehicle, you know? I'm trying to be reasonable. It's like, okay, build underwater deposits, some machines that go under there. And then you can build like a habitat under the water, and that needs to stay powered, otherwise it fills with water. Not as radical as Subnautica. I could imagine it doing it like fairly instantly. If it wasn't powered, you know, but if it is powered, then it's fine. Maybe something like that. That's what I would like to try to focus on. Or it would be like, let's do a new map, let's set it in like a volcanic biome, or add a volcanic biome and do richer resources there with some different production chains. But at least with the underwater DLC, it's more like this could just fit into your game. So that's the other thing. It's like, what are you progressing towards? I don't know. I sort of feel like fix-it contracts would have to be made. It's like they needed it's like a secondary progression thing, right? So now you need to deliver, or if you have the DLC, fulfill contracts of ever-increasing amounts for various rewards. But what could those rewards be? I don't know. It's kind of the problem with this game. It's like they never really reward you with anything other than more progression to make more things. So the best I could think of is like different models for your character, you know, music for the boombox, that sort of thing. Tickets for the awesome shop. You could get print tickets out, something like that. Hey, Spartan. No, Rosie is Miss kept her last maiden name. Or kept her maiden name, I mean. There's some joke in Family Guy about that. It's like, hi, I'm John. It's like, hi, I'm kept my maiden name. Did I miss a paint session again? No. I haven't done a paint session in a while, actually. No, I've been doing the cosmetics of this factory. So we're at the point now where I'm going to do the power room. So some power had started. Or it started laying it out. So adding little bits here. And hooking them up to machine groups. Yeah, here's what we need to do then. I have to go into my Mila note. And we need to, like, figure out what groups belong to what, I guess, in a way. And then say which ones need to be powered. Something else I could do right now, actually, is flush this. This is the only part of the build that's not hooked up yet, fully. But there's a sign still there. Yeah, one thing I'd like to do actually real quick, we're going to go into my old save and grab that blueprint for the power room. And I'll use that same one, because it's good. I think it was Enlightenment. There needs to be some way to make it reasonable to have the two regions connected. I think up in space is very possible due to being present with the station up there. Yeah, that's true. You could do space station stuff. And they have the teleportation stuff, so maybe if you could just teleport up there and back, that'd be fine. There's some gameplay additions though, like a second map in space, new mechanics. Yeah, I mean, you could do something where you're on like one of the moons that you see. Like there's a big volcanic moon. It's like, oh, now you're here and you have to do stuff. I don't know. I just feel like I have a strong feeling that most people would rather just still be on the one big map and keep adding everything to the one big map where we are. But I could be wrong. I don't know. I just feel that way. I don't even feel that way personally. I just think that most people typically like when everything gets added to the game they're already playing, rather than telling you to go off to a different level, go through a load screen. So that's why I was like, oh yeah, underwater. But then also they could add another map that has more water on it if you wanted to like build bigger and stuff with that. I don't know. If I was in the design rooms anyway, I'd be trying to add things that just complement the game rather than make you feel like you're going off somewhere else to do it. My wife gladly took my name. She had a 7-syllable Thai surname, and I brought it down to 1. That's that's good. Yeah, Rosie was thinking about it. She might even still. I don't really mind. I said it's fine. My last name is McNally, and her last name is Ruan. So Rosie Ruan sounds nice. So I get it. And I'm not a big fan of my name. My suggestion to her was like, why don't we both change our name? Something the same. And she was like, maybe, but we couldn't really decide on anything we both like. Anyway, I came here for a reason. Oh, the power room, yeah. My last name is different in England than it is in Ireland because they spelled it different when I came over here, and it's just always stayed that way, which is also funny. This is what we want. Power switch wall bracket 7. I need that blueprint. Power switches case. What's that? Oh, it's without anything in it. I see. Oh yeah, it has a double wall. I forgot about that. Okay. Right, let's hop back over. Yeah, Rosie and Darren, what Darren? Yeah, that would have been perfect. Just Darren, what Darren plays. Rosie Darren plays. Her name sounds like she's a celebrity already. Yeah, it's like a little superhero name. The main thing though is like, oh, kid's gonna be called like Ruan McNally or something. It's like, fuck's sake. Such a long ass name. Just, I was like, why can't we just call ourselves like White or something like that? I live next door to White, so it was in my area, and we could be the Whites. Nothing wrong with that, or the Blacks, whatever. Those are the two names I gave her. I was like, maybe White or Black. And she's like, nah, I just don't like it. I was like, Rosie Black kind of sounds cool. I don't know how my parents would feel about that though. I need to get to upstairs to check out the blueprint machine. This way. Actually, I could do it over there. There's a big open space over there. So I need to modify this probably. Oh. This place doesn't need that many power switches. It just needs like probably 2 of those at most. And I guess it could just go like in a line here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 foundations across. Okay. It's only 2 across. Wow. Okay. Efficient. Children in general are boundary pushing machines. That's how they learn. They figure out what their boundaries are by running up against them. Last time I joined the live was when you dealt with the apartment trouble and moving. About a year ago. Wow. Good to see you again. I'm sorry if I missed... Oh, you said that stuff before, yeah. We are so back. Name your kid Walter. Walter White, yeah. Rosie, what Darren married? Darren, what Rosie married? Just trying to think, does this need this whole double wall thing? I think it kind of does. Yeah. And we have the lights on the bottom. Do the pillars either side actually like that, yeah. 3. 7's probably enough. I think I should probably just leave it like this. Okay. Pick that back where it was. Does it have to come up that high? Didn't really have to. But I guess it probably would anyway for the ceiling, yeah. Alright, yeah, I'll just deploy this then up there. I don't need to do this. Fine. Ow. Oh my god. Like... There we go. It will be there, effectively. If I move it down a layer, I can add a few more on. Yeah, okay, so we get rid of these 3. Oh yeah, it might actually have to come out with a wall behind it so that these power lines have somewhere to go. Otherwise it's, yeah. Alright, that's fine. So confused, is this on the line? That looks like it is, and then this one? Yes, okay, good. Alright. Send this over just by 1. Alright, nice. He's back on. Okay. Really tough to see where these come from. We'll have to work. Have a good one. See you later, Ryan. Thanks for stopping by. The A goes to the back and the B just goes right to the top, okay? Guess that's okay. Right, and then they connect up behind them. Ooh, they connect to these things. Oh, alright. It's funny seeing how I did this. Okay. And then we mask it a little bit. These are the A lines, so they're all just connected to each other. I don't know why they're so offset though, but okay. Even spacing, I think, probably. Oh no, they're not offset at all. Okay. Is that it? I think that's done. Now, I think we just connect this to regular power. And the B lines then are connected up this, and these all connect up to this thing. Oh yeah, so I kept those together so they could go connect onto the main lines. I got it. I'm trying to think of like why I separated those. Because I think there's 7. There's room for 7 on the blueprint I have for this thing. Yeah, cable runners. So there's 7 connections, and that's why there's 7 switches. But we've added a little bit more than that, but I might never use them. I don't know. Anyways, and then this is going to be given its own door. That's just a little room for us to play around with the wiring if we ever need to. Height of that is way off. Okay. I guess I must have angled that to a specific height for some reason. Oh, and this is forward, isn't it? Yeah. There you go. It's all right. Probably looks better dark, but just see what it looks like bright. Yeah, it's fine. Fits. There we go. Nice wall bracket of power things. Oh, sorry, Ace. Do you put Easter eggs in your builds? I thought about it, actually. I used to put a few signs that said a few things, but I don't think in this world there's anything. I should, though. But yeah, sometimes there would just be like randomly in the world. Because I kind of... Oh, that's why I remember thinking like, if people just load it into Satisfactory Calculator, though, you see where all the objects are. So I was like, eh. Because I was going to put signs in weird places. I'd just say things. It would be fun to do, yeah, see, it just wouldn't work. It'd be cool to do like a giveaway where it's like if you find a certain thing in my world, then, you know, you get a prize or whatever, but you could just look it up by looking at the save editor. Like, even if I had signs that gave you clues as to stuff. First of all, you can find all the signs anyway. I'd have to have a real meta, interesting thing where it's like the objects themselves point... I don't know what they could do. I don't know. I'd have to think. You could probably do something, but yeah. I guess I haven't. Do just line in here. Matching to everything. I could just dim that a little bit. Crazy. Oh, you can actually see it. I didn't realize that. Oh yeah, because it's just this stuff at the top. Might stick through the ground now, that thing. I don't know. Upstairs. Cool. Looks cool though. Happy with it. Now I just need to like actually feed it to different things. So the wall brackets originally were designed to go straight up. But now I don't know. I guess they... Oh yeah, they could just travel out here. And travel along the rooftop. Maybe these shouldn't be positioned on the scaffolding, but rather deeper into it. Does that make more sense? So they're up here instead. Yeah, sure, why not? Why not? That way they could actually go behind the lights. Just put a sign in that room that says Ace was here. Maybe. That would actually be a nice thing to do, is put the names of subscribers or patrons or whatever in these places. Get your name in the world. Alright, so there goes our cables, and we have to send them around to the different groups. And then there's going to be a walkway out here, obviously, as well. That's why there's doors. Now, I'm only going to take the first 7. Or is there a nicer way of doing that? Not really. The others are going to go up a floor, most likely. Tiny bit of clipping. Alright, so they're all separated anyway. Good. And these can just travel in a straight line. Just popping in to say congrats on all the news. Enjoy sleep while you can. Oh god. Don't say these things. One thing I'm a little worried about is like we are in a small apartment. There's only like 3 rooms in this apartment. So like, oh god. I don't know how I'm supposed to record anything. We'll see. Figure it out when we get to it. Alright, great. So let me see what groups of machines we could do. So I'm going to get rid of these old things. Things are probably going to power down here at first while I get rid of this. Oh shit, these things are still here. Yeah, so one of them is going to be hooked straight up to the train lines. I don't think that would ever turn off, but it might. Funnily enough, we watched a lot of Dex and Darren in the middle of the night when the baby woke up because of their smooth voices and they don't yell and wake the baby. You're calm enough recording that the baby will get used to the noise. Don't try and make everything quiet. Yeah, that's true. Heard that as well. Time to move again? Well, the plan is actually to only live here for 2 years with a fixed term mortgage contract. Ideally, when it is about to run up, like then we'll move to... Well, the plan was to move to Ireland. But we'll see. Right, so I need to get the power from these things over into there. Could travel under, maybe. Oh, these are all powered because the... Oh yeah, the network's powered. What am I talking about? You don't need power on these things. This is fine. Yeah, everything's powered here. Alright, so first group of machines. So we've got refineries. The refinery block for limestone. These. But this is, I would say, basically these together. Because they all combine into this. They don't have anything to do with this. Really. They do, well, they do later. It's like everything's connected, I suppose. Foundries and refiners. Refineries need water, so they need to have a little switch to help them get started the first time. Okay, so maybe just a switch for these refineries and these refineries here. These refineries are based up in a different place completely. It would be cool to be able to control them from down here. I don't know how I could do that though. It'd be a lot of cable traveling. These feed into that one. So a switch to do all the water first actually would make the most sense, and then a switch to allow the refineries to turn on. Oh, the refineries need to be on though. I don't want to do a whole belt release thing here. That'd be annoying. Are you thinking about doing a 1.2 playthrough with modifiers? No. The plan is just to finish this playthrough. I might do a stream playthrough in the future or something, like a live stream playthrough where we do have random nodes, but also, yeah, increased consumption, or whatever it's called. Not consumption, increased deliverables or whatever that is. Yeah, so I'd like to do that, but I'd like to do one thing, like get one series done at least, which is this one. I am streaming this right now, but this is the video series. I'm just getting things ready for the next video. I'm just trying to follow the power lines here. Oh yeah, I can't really... Oh, I can fly. I've got power somewhere. What are you guys making? You're making iron. That's the nitric acid setup. That's quite a separate thing. Let's leave that. That's separated. Alright, so this first little group here, I can always add on to it, I guess, if I need to. These are foundries that are ultimately quite dependent on those refineries. Oh. Oh, the foundries make steel pipe. And these make steel ingot. Ah, right. I see. I just assumed they'd be constructors. So, power this on, we power this on, and we power that on. Yeah, that makes sense. So that is a little group to itself. That's the steel pipe production group. I need to give these names so then I can name the actual switch. Steel pipe production group. Then to make other stuff later, you have to get these other things going. They're very dependent on the other crap. Got it, got it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so steel pipe production group. So the concrete refineries, the foundries, and the foundries. That's it. That's really simple. It's this group here, plus this. The only thing is, I was just going to connect them, like, straight across, but I feel like they can look a bit weird. Oh, actually, we can bring it down to that level, I suppose. And that might look a bit better, so that's connected. Group is connected, and we have the cable runner up here. Now, I was going to have a walkway come out of there and there, so as long as this could just go straight up, it's probably fine. Okay, first machine here. Alright, that just goes across to here. And it just goes all the way down, I guess. Alright, so that group is now definitely connected. I'm just going to test this first one out. Power this little section on. This should be, I think, this group here. So steel pipe production. Steel pipe. So SP. I don't know what else to call it, but just call it SP for now. Steel pipes. No. Why not? Oh, I didn't connect you. Great. Alright, cool. So, yes, concrete's running, the foundries are both running, steel pipes will be created. Excellent. So that's our first switch. Good. Maybe it looks a little crazy with the thing, but whatever. And we could give it some support. Always like having red supports. I think it looks good. Alright, steel pipe support. Yeah, part of me thinks like I should just, if I'm gonna do that, I should just do it on the other ones as well, but I'll leave it for now. And we'll see how it goes. A fresh start. Sorry, I keep missing my chat. It's my bad. This always happens where I ignore you guys and then I look away for a while and then I look back and there's like a bunch of stuff, or I'm looking and then there's nothing for a while, so I get in the habit of not looking. So my bad. I'll catch you now if you have anything to say. Popping in to say congrats on your news. Thank you, Dodge. And I've read that already, actually. Funnily enough, oh yeah, I read that too. Okay, I haven't actually missed that much. Are you thinking of doing a 1.2 playthrough? As mentioned, maybe in the future, a fresh stream playthrough would be so cool. Yeah, so once the schedule gets just a little bit better, I'd like to have 2 or 3 streams a week. So I'm thinking of maybe streaming Anno as well, so I don't know. Steel pipe production. See, with the copper production factory, I used to have so many different names for everything, but now with this, it's like, yeah, I don't really know. This is number 1, and it starts on the very right, which is a bit strange. I'll probably come up with a better name for it later, but let's just keep it at that. All the streams, yeah, that's the thing. I always get really ambitious. I'm like, yeah, I'll just stream like every day. Why not? I used to do that back way long ago. But I want to do a bit more editing with my Anno videos, and I do work on Manor Lord, so I have to just bear that all in mind. And I'm working on like my own game just from every now and then. I'm really just learning and playing around with stuff. Last night I was like doing that for a couple hours as well. And then there's supposed to be a baby coming, so I don't know. All right, first group done. Next group. So from there, Well, that's a good first group to have. The second one would be, it'd be great if I could feed off to the refineries up in the hills. Let me just track that though real quick. So if I wanted to remotely turn those on. Ow. Oh yeah, I've got no power. Power lines would have to extend all the way over here and connect underneath. And then that would do it. What I don't know is, do I have two separate power lines? One for the elevator and one for the production? Normally I do. This might just be the elevator line, actually. Does that work? No, because I've already cut it. Yeah, so that's the elevator. I wonder if the power is still up, running up there. Just fly up. Yeah, it is, because there's a different power line going up there. Okay. So I could feed a second power line down. That would work. Feeling old yet? Oh, dude, I started feeling old probably pretty much right when I hit 30. That's when I started gaining weight and getting like a little gut and started having stomach issues. So yes. You know, our TV plays, so I have an iPhone, and I've always had an iPhone, so all my iCloud photos are from like 15 years ago. And our TV just plays, I have an Apple TV, so it plays the random, it generates memories. And it's like, oh, here's March 2016, you know, or whatever. And one of them was like, it's just recent, it's not even that long ago, it's like 2019. Well, I guess that's 7 years ago now, but it was like summer 2019, California. Oh no, Spain or something like that. Anyways, I bring this up because I'm there in a swimsuit, and I'm just standing with my friend Richard, who I mentioned earlier in the stream. I look so good. My body is like really thin, and I'm like, damn, like I didn't do anything, and it just was like that. And I was still, I don't know, I was 28 or 27, not that young. Not like I was 18 or something. And it's like, damn. And my body's not bad now. I'm not fat or anything. But I do have like this just like little gut forming. And I've gone pear-shaped basically. And I'm like, oh. And I'm like always either full or some other problem. And I'm trying to like sort my stomach issues out. So that's super annoying. Like that wasn't a thing. I never thought about it. Never thought about going to the bathroom or having to have fiber or anything like this. And now I'm like always thinking about that. So that sucks. Alright, so the powder is up here, indeed. And we're going to transfer the power from being up here to being down below. So I guess I'm just going to disconnect this. They're already all hooked up together, so in a somewhat lazy fashion, just gonna grab this one, bring it along here. We'll paint it gold. Everywhere there's a stilt, I guess we'll just do that. Stomach issues are the worst. Dealing with nonsense for the better part of a year now, it sucks. Had a great gym routine going until I started getting nauseous all the time. Had to force Stephen get some exercises in. Yeah, I'm terrible at going to the gym. I have a gym membership and I'd like never go. I also just hate it. I hate the gym. Hate everything about it. I wish I had a personal... I was trying to get a personal trainer. I reached out to someone and they just never replied. I was like, oh, okay. And that was just like a couple months ago. I'd like to try again. For a couple of reasons. I have bad discipline, so paying for it makes me think like I will go at least to those sessions. And also, they'll work me out in areas that I don't really know properly how to do myself or wouldn't think to do myself. I'm really shy. Like I said, so I don't really like being around people, but I've done a personal trainer before, and I'm totally comfortable then, because I'm just like, yeah, whatever, I'm with this person, you know, if I suck or whatever, and they're just showing me how to do stuff. But if I'm on a machine and people are waiting and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. It's a bit different. It feels a bit worse. I'm like looking up ChatGPT in the gym to see how to do certain things, which actually has been great, I think. But yeah, really it's just like stomach exercises I'd like to work on if I could. The only area I have a real problem with. And just be more fit. I don't mind doing cardio and stuff like that. That's fine. Wait until you get to your 40s, knees start to hurt and you feel stiff. Yeah. Yeah. Is this really like it how it is for everybody, or always was, or is this like a new thing? Can't imagine being like in the, I don't know, in the 1800s and being like just falling apart. Whereas I feel like I never heard my dad complain about this stuff. We're supposed to be getting healthier and stuff, you know? Weird. Holding control doesn't do anything. There we go. Okay, so double wall outlet here, and then we bring it down. So this has to connect. Where there is that right? Much a bit higher. I'll bring it down my little special area. I played for probably 900 hours in 2 months and then stopped playing for almost 6 months. Now I forget how to play. That's the fun of it though. Now you can learn again. I was fine until the day I hit 50 when everything started to fall apart. That's what I said. We're just better at patching people up and keeping them going. You used to just die. Well, this is what I was thinking. I was thinking like, it sounds like what is happening is what you'd think would happen when you're like 70. And I'm like, but we're supposed to be healthier and better. No? Was this really happening to people back then as well? I can't attach to this. We can attach to the wall. Should have kept this powered actually, because I can't float now. Damn. Let me just run that back real quick and connect the power on that side. I guess I'm poorly explaining it, but I'm saying like, oh, I thought your knees give out when you're like that person said 50. And it feels like with modern medicine, it's like knees should be given out now when you're 60. But instead it's like, oh, now 30-year-olds are complaining of like, maybe they always did. That's my point, that I don't know. They're complaining of like back problems, knee problems, and stomach issues. It's like, really? Or is it all the plastics or something doing it? I don't know. Someone I saw on the Satisfactory Reddit made a power pole blueprint where the it's like a regular pole. Yeah, sorry, it's just like a regular painted beam, but like an outlet sits on the side, and that way you can just kind of glide the whole way. No matter when you place them, you can always just zip line the whole way. It's like, oh, that's a pretty good idea. Such a simple idea, but it's pretty good, and it's a real lightweight material. It only costs like a tiny bit of steel or something. Or inexpensive material, so you can just easily place them. Right, so now I can float, right? No? Oh, damn, I forgot. I actually disconnected the thing way back. My knees and back started going bad at 15. There's the rugby and all the sports I was playing apparently. Yeah, thankfully I've got no real joint pains or anything like that yet. I did actually a couple months ago have a real sore back for like 3 weeks, but then it just got better. So I don't know what that was. I think my mom on the phone was like, "You've ever just slept weird?" And I was like, "Why is that a thing? You can sleep weird and be in real pain for several weeks?" That is one thing I want to get actually, though, is a new bed. The only thing left for this apartment is a slightly bigger bed. Our cats sleep on the bed now, and Rex takes up a huge amount of space. And Rosie's just gonna get fatter. Alright, finally. Okay. Yes, so the idea was to sink the cable in behind there. Maybe I could bring this down or something instead. Clip it through. Yeah, just bring it down along the bottom. Where can I get the, make it look like I made some effort with that. Although now the thing clips through, but whatever, it's fine. Alright, down we go. Yeah, control, like, I don't know why, but the control nudge isn't working for me for some reason. With this anyway. Obviously it let me put it there. Yeah. Alright, whatever, just as long as it can come down straight. Oh, I actually can't fall down there now. Lost power. No, no, no. I should have power. Why? Oh, yeah. Okay. Control nudge doesn't work for connected poles and outlets for some reason. I don't know how I don't remember that. Be like a little mechanic or electrician in here. Maintenance guy. That's what this ladder was for. I remember I added it saying like, well, if we ever don't have power sometime, we might need it. Worked out. There we go. I'm the cable guy, actually. That's a better term. Ooh. Those my knees. Alright, so down on the bottom. Because I'm crazy, that line has to be different. That's the elevator line. And this is the actual production line. So now we can turn on the place up there from down here, so that's good. Part of me would like to do it where it's like two separate lines though, again, one for the water and one for the refineries, but I think it'll be okay. Okay, so it's this. This needs to come up somewhere, somehow, and go up to the roof. Probably should put some walls on this. I think one window and then one regular wall would be good. We are giving blah blah a lift home today. Please be on time, okay? It's a little weird watching a stream while playing the same game. Every time something happens on your screen, I think it's on mine. Yeah, people have said that before where they're like, oh, the sounds I hear I always think are for my game. Yeah, I play Arc Raiders and I have some friends that like watch it while they play it, and I'm like, I need to hear what's happening in the game. Like, it's super important. I don't know how you do that. I couldn't watch anything, let alone the same game. Yeah. But in a game like this, I could. I used to play City Skylines, and I'd often be watching City Skylines creators. All right. Just be a doorway, I guess. Maybe some windows above it. I feel like that's a good height, and then add some windows here. Maybe lower. Oop. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. Okay, so this is now going to go up to the roof, basically. Yeah, it's a shame you can't nudge. I can put it on a beam. I think. No? Gotcha. Ooh. Why is that happening? Be normal. Can't you be normal? Why can't you be normal? It works there, but I guess this bit of the wall comes out, doesn't it? That's too far. Oh, whatever. It's just gonna have to be what it is. Paint it white so you don't see it too much. Oh yeah, I have to do, oh my god, so much effort just for this thing. I shouldn't even bother. Alright, so need to get that cable over here. I will say, Darren, the new truck pathing tools are amazing. That's great to hear. Yeah, it looked good when I saw it in the video. Right, so let's extend this blueprint over, and then this can hook up to the various other areas. So this one here, super difficult to see. Line it up like that, nudge it into position. There we go. It's concrete there. Right. All this for power management for no reason, really. Really should add the walkways, actually. You know what? That would make a lot of help. Or that would help a lot. So even just a temporary one, just to keep me going. I'm gonna add the walkways like I have in the copper or the copper electric factory. Right. Actually, this won't work. I'll need to just power something so I can just float. Otherwise, I'm just building these forever. Could have a control line that's just powered so I can float for a while. Much better. Okay. So our cable runners run along the top. They need to turn to the right, and that will allow me then to power the facility up in the distance. Probably best that we connect to at least here somewhere. That's the line, then go to about there. Even be able to fit these two together. Go too far? Yeah. Yeah, I have to remember the direction so that the numbers stay aligned. This will be the first one. The second one is the one I actually want to continue. Yeah, I'm going to start powering the second one actually, and then that can take me up to where we need to go. This is a different save from the desert. No, it's the same one. I'm just doing the cosmetics and the power management of the last factory I built. So I'm not building any new factories or anything like that. I'll be continuing the desert series in video form when I start building a new one, which is the nuclear power plant. But before I do that, I just wanted to finish what was in this factory. It was finished logistically, it just wasn't finished yet for cosmetics and stuff. So that's why I've just wrapped walls around everything and I'm doing power now. So this is the sulfuric refinery. Sulfuric acid refinery. Well, it's sulfur refinery. Better. Okay, so second one over. It's already all hooked up, right? So we just go up here. Grab our second line. Second line is continuing just fine and stops here. Okay, good. I should flip the switch though, actually, so it works. Okay. Still use the rebar gun? Guess so. I guess I never built the rifle actually in this playthrough. Yeah. I haven't shot anything in a long time though, or needed to. There's only been 20 videos in this series, I think. The thing that took me the longest was just building this factory. We got to tier 8 like relatively quite quick, so I guess, yeah, maybe I just never built the rifle. I do stay in the desert as well, so I don't really venture out very often. You can go. Such a long line. I would have thought there's holes before then, but I guess not. This has to go across to level 2. And that connects down to level 2 here. Great. I can go. Alright, so this is the line that continues all the way down. And this is going to go up to our sulfur refinery. Grab this blueprint, copy it over here. Move this along. And we're aiming for there. We're basically at that, so. There we go. That should be us connected now. All the way up to the sulfuric acid refinery. I'll just make sure that's connected, but I already gave it power from the other side, so we have to go up there manually this way. Yeah, and just temporarily I'll power the elevator. You're so organized it pisses me off, but not in a bad way. I feel like it's real messy actually. That's just me, but at least now we've got access. You can't color the wires, but I recommend if you're doing something like I'm doing, using those cable runners, right, this thing, you could color the cable, or the beams. And that way you can just always follow the color if you want. Kind of like coloring the wire. You could stream a side build like a weapons factory? Nah. I just want to do videos on the nuclear thing, and then I'll probably just do streams where I'm doing stuff like this, cleaning up stuff. I do like the idea of doing it. I just don't want to commit to too much. Like, I'd like to do streams where we start a new playthrough, and I'm doing randomized nodes with the max amount of consumption that you need for space parts. That'd be great. But I know that like doing that, plus doing Anno content, plus doing the video playthrough, it's like, plus doing Manalord's development, it's like, I don't know if I can do all that. So I'm just going to start off by saying the videos are coming back. Once I start getting them out again a bit more regularly, then we'll decide if there's room for streams. That way I don't overcommit. I did make a weapons factory on stream just recently as well, and it made every weapon in the game. And that was a really fun build. So I feel like I've just done that. At least not that long ago. And in fact, I'd probably do that for the video series. I would just copy that build, but in a different place. Like copy the logistics of it, but just build it somewhere else. Right, so I should be able to cut this, and if everything works, everything stays on. Yes. What about this? Yes. Great. You're not needed anymore. This place needs to be cleaned up as well, actually. I'd love to see a video playthrough officially complete all milestones. Yeah, exactly. That's why I want to do it on a video series. So I can say I actually finished a series properly. We did finish it on the streams as mentioned, but yeah, video one would be good. Actually got some biomass on me. I might drop it in here. I must have killed an animal at some point because I've got a bunch of remains on me. Need to get a drink. Oh, I don't have anything actually. It's all in my car boot. I've been watching your playthrough of this world, but I'm just behind. I want you to build that tower, and I want to let you know that I love your content. So relaxing. Thanks, Jordan. Thank you. The building reminds me of the Line project. Which one? I don't have any buildings that are particularly long, do I? That one? Like the one we just came from? It is sort of in a line, actually. In the desert. I think they're all kind of in the desert. I haven't played 1.2, by the way, to answer your question. Right, so that worked. This one with the big windows. Oh, this one? Reminds you of the Line. Maybe kind of. It would be cool to build a giant factory that is a line. Now they mention it. Alright, so what I've just done, by the way, is this walkway now has a power line that allows us to control turning on and off that sulfur refinery from the control room over here. So that's 2 segments of the machines are hooked up to that now. So in theory, turning this off should prevent everything up there being powered on, I think. In fact, it should even stop the elevator because we just hooked that up temporarily here. If the elevator's not working, I know it's working. Yeah. Cool. Good. So the elevator has to run on a separate circuit. I have 2 circuits in this world. One for variable power and one for consistent power. Anything that turns on and off, such as the elevators, they need their own line. So elevator line on the left, that's red line, and then yellow line is this one. Okay, so I'm not sure where I'll hook that up yet, but it doesn't really matter for now. We're not going to go back up there for a while. How do you get coated concrete? You need to build an awesome shop. So the awesome shop, you place this down, and inside you can purchase coated concrete by spending tickets, and the tickets you get from the awesome sink. You send material in there and you get tickets. Just curious if any of the fur babies are hanging out in the room with you. Yeah, one is. Like I said, Jinx is too afraid to kind of come out right now. One right there. Rex? Hey, Rex? Rex? Hey, pick up. Rex? Rex? He's a sleepy boy. Kind of waking up, though. And Jinx just came in. Up here. Here. Oh, it's just like dark again. Dark back. Yeah, I was just talking about how it's been coming out for a while. You go, Jinx. Good girl. I know it's dark, but they're both here now. She probably just came in when she heard me calling him. Oops. I could brighten up my camera, actually. There we go. Hey, girl Jinx. Yeah, he must have been real sleepy. He normally looks when I call his name, although I am sitting here talking constantly, so he probably just tunes me out. You got 2 black cats? Yeah, I've got 1 black cat and 1 is a tortoiseshell cat. Sorry your message was deleted. I think that was just an automatic thing. My bad. Sorry, but I can see it. I saw your message. One of mine recently got fixed. She is not very happy right now. No. How many tickets do I have? Yeah, I don't know, actually. We could check up in the room above me. $486. That's about right. There might be more over at the hub. Sorry. Just quickly check. I'm just kind of curious. I haven't checked in a long time. So far for the power room, we have all the power control things in place. We just need to hook them all up to their machines. But as you can see, it's a bit tedious. And I'll have to go in about 20 minutes. I think I kept some tickets in here, no? No. Nope. Guess that's it. Thank you, Daniel. Too much sitting around ruins your joints. On the other side, though, too much hard graft ruins your joints. Yeah, the only thing I've done to remedy that somewhat is trying to go for walks every day, every couple hours, and also I have a standing desk now, so it kind of helps, at least moving a little bit, switching positions. There should be windows in here. They need to look like this. Like a dungeon. Alright. Do one more group of machines and then that'll probably be it for today. Looks like there will be one final stream to this place before the next video series anyway. And I've got nothing going on for the next few days, so I'll definitely stream like in a day or two. We'll be back. Right, so those two, just keep it online because why not? Next group. That looks more like an apple than a Windows. That's funny. Everything white and clinical. The next group I think would be good to do this. So this line here, making nitric acid. Yeah, that's an easy one enough. So a couple of smelters there, iron plates, and then the nitric acid blenders. Actually, I would say the whole chain here will be good because this is all part of the same thing. Just happens to also make some excess quartz crystal, which is fine. It goes into crystal oscillator machines later, so that's okay. So group 1 was kind of this. Group 2 has been this. I think. Yeah. And now group 3 is going to be all of this. So silica, yeah. Quartz and silica. Okay, so let's trace that chain back to where it begins. So the very beginning of it is, well, it's the iron smelting here, which is right below me, I think. Yes, it's here, these two. Then these, and then all of these, and then all of those, and possibly these. No. Circuit boards. That comes later. Okay, cool. So, disconnect that. This group can attach to this group. Right, actually, they could attach together, yes, that's fine. You're not going anywhere else? Nope. These lines are all good. Great. So we're ultimately going to try and feed up to there. Same thing as we did here. I'll just extend this all the way up to the very top. Put a little thing on it. And let's go to here. Now we're looking for the third bar over. So that's 1, 2, and then 3. Want it to be straight line if possible. Yeah. That connects there, and this just goes all the way back. Cool, so that should be... They should be... Oh, did I pull... I didn't pull the switch, but yeah, they should come online soon. The final thing then was just connecting these little guys. The 4 of these are hooked up here. Ultimately, you just need to go like there, but that's a really long, weird cable. There. Okay. I think if I pull that switch, these will all light up. Yep. There we go. Easy peasy. This is the silica. That's the nitric acid. That's the iron plates. And that's the dissolved silica. Going in to make silica. Sorry, this is dissolved silicon, that's silica, yeah. Also pumps out the quartz crystal. So the quartz crystal would probably need its own overflow, but I think it technically has that upstairs. Because it goes into the awesome sinks. Don't worry, I saw your message. Yes, I saw your message. I'll be leaving very soon. You said 5:15, right? So that's in 35 minutes. Yeah, I'll leave in like 5. I saw your message though, yeah, thanks. Alrighty, so in here, this is what we set up today as well. It is interesting to see how things have really stalled. Why is that happening? What's this? A merger? You look pretty backed up, buddy. Oh, you would be, because you have turned all the other stuff off. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. I look forward to getting nuclear up and running, because then we can just like push everything to the max here and make sure it all runs at 100%. That'll be good. Okay, so it would be good actually above this to put the pictures of what these things do. Steel pipe, sulfur refinery, silicon, quartz. Yes, the next line of things are going to be copper refinery and wire. They feed off of this copper refinery. That copper was already done. Oh, the sulfuric acid is powered, but we didn't power on these. So copper refinement will take that sulfuric acid, work all of this stuff. Yeah. I would say pretty much motor, rotor, wire, copper. All of that could be one thing. And then almost the rest could be, yeah, just 2 more switches. So not that much to do in the next one. Basically, that's this huge group here of refineries. These are all doing copper and copper sheets. It is interesting just thinking about it, like having all these switches, it doesn't really make that much sense. It does for some things, but you would need awesome sinks at the end of all these to make sure just one group can run fully at a time. Otherwise, they do just back up. There's no real, I don't think there's any need to do that. It is important to keep the water on their own switches if I can, to allow filling refineries first. That way the refineries can stay on, but the water can then just be toggled to fill them. Yeah, I guess we'll do that one on the next stream, so a few days to go. But anyway, that's going to have to be it for today. So almost everything is back powered. Or at least almost all the infrastructure is there. All the walls are now on. That's all done. We have our dome of our various balconies. We did all the drone ports, so that was good. Drones are going to need their own power as well. And then I need to do some of the underflooring, just like add some concrete to make it look like it's standing. But looking good. Coming along. So just this power room, this open room left to go. I do think when I come back I might change that just that little bit while we still can, so that we just have a water control room and then like some of the refineries are controlled and then some of the awesome things. Otherwise I don't think it really makes too much sense. You'd have to do a lot of baffery to make it all work seamlessly. But the groups that I have are still probably fine. Wish I could zoop blueprints. That'd be pretty crazy. I mean, there's so many. I've never wanted that. I know a lot of people do. And can you do that with the infinite zoop mod? Might be able to. I just feel like I've never needed to. But hey, I wouldn't say no to the functionality. It's just like, I'd be worried you just crash your game. It's like so many objects at the same time. Because when I want to put down, like, I put down loads of rows of machines that are all blueprinted. But I just, you know, spam them one after the other. It's never really like a, oh man, I wish I could do that in one like long line. I can barely even look at these without the frame rate going bad. But sure, you know, I wouldn't be super against it, especially with foundational things. Those could be good. Satisfactory, love the game. Thank you. Yeah, hopefully in that next stream then we should be able to get it all running again properly. Can't run it to 100 until we increase power though. Any problem? Good one though. And then yeah, I was starting to do some of the stuff underneath. I need to tuck away that gas pipeline a bit better. But I've started adding platforms for the various miners and stuff. And then I wanted to do just inside here, just a few tall pillars that make it look like, yeah, we're really holding the place up. But other than that though, I'm not going to do too much down here. It's too much awkward terrain. So, yeah. Alright, well anyway, that's going to have to be it for me. Thank you very much for watching. If I don't know exactly when I'm back yet for another stream. Like I said, I want to get some videos going and then we'll make a dedicated schedule, but not that far off now. Thank you again all for the very kind wishes. For those who don't know, me and Rosie just got married last week, so I appreciate that. So thank you. Last time I'll probably mention it now. I just wanted to address it for people who might just still be joining and don't know. And she's preggers, so that's going to be fun in a few months' time. But still got some time for gaming yet. Where I have to become a dad, all serious. Alright, anyway, that's going to be it for me. Thank you very much for watching. Thanks for asking about the cats and stuff. And giving me your precious time. I appreciate it. I'll be back in just a couple of days to continue. And then after that, we'll have more Anno and Satisfactory videos returning properly. Good night. Goodbye.